Some legends begin with triumph, with heroes rising from humble origins to claim their destiny through courage and noble deeds. Others start in chains, forged in suffering and bound by circumstances beyond their control. The story of Darth Vader, the most feared enforcer in galactic history, and the Emperor's iron fist, begins not in the darkness of Sith temples or the corridors of imperial power, but in the blinding glare of twin suns beating down on a desert world, where a young boy dreamed of freedom he would never truly find, no matter how far he traveled from those sandy wastes. Destiny is a curious thing, a force more inexorable than gravity, more subtle than any poison. It whispers promises of greatness, while hiding the cost in shadows so deep that only hindsight illuminates them. For Anakin Skywalker, the prophesied chosen one, who would bring balance to the Force, destiny wore many faces throughout his tumultuous life. It looked like liberation when Qui-Gon Jinn appeared in a junk shop on Tatooine and offered him a chance to leave slavery behind for a life among the legendary Jedi Knights. It felt like love when Padme Amidala, the beautiful young queen of Naboo, smiled at him with genuine warmth, seeing past his status as property to the person beneath. It sounded like wisdom when Palpatine spoke with seeming concern about the power that could save those he loved from the death he feared with consuming intensity. But destiny's true face was revealed only when Anakin stood on the volcanic shores of Mustafar, more machine than man, his body encased in black armor that served as both life support and prison, having lost everything he ever fought to protect through the very actions he took to preserve them. The woman he loved was dead by his own hand. The order he had served for half his life lay in ruins, its temples desecrated and its members scattered or slain. The republic he had defended throughout years of brutal warfare had been replaced by an empire built on tyranny and fear, and the man he had been, the Jedi Knight named Anakin Skywalker, was buried so deeply beneath layers of pain and hatred that most believed he had ceased to exist entirely. This is the story of how a slave became a knight, rising from bondage to join the most prestigious order of Force wielders in the galaxy. It is the story of how a knight became a monster, betraying everything he once believed in a desperate attempt to save one life. And it is the story of how a monster finally remembered he was once a man, making a choice at the end that redeemed decades of darkness. This is the hidden lore of Darth Vader, the secret history that lies beneath the armor and the legend, the tale of Anakin Skywalker's fall and ultimate redemption. The Slave of Tatooine. Mos Espa Spaceport existed on the edge of civilization, a collection of domed buildings and cluttered streets, where the strong prospered and the weak barely survived. The architecture reflected Tatooine's harsh climate, with structures built low to the ground and painted in shades of tan and ochre that blended with the endless desert surrounding the settlement. These buildings featured thick walls designed to insulate against the extreme temperature swings between scorching days and freezing nights. Small, irregularly placed windows minimized the intrusion of sand carried by the constant winds that scoured the planet's surface. The twin suns of Tatooine, Tattoo 1 and Tattoo 2, beat down mercilessly on this outpost of civilization, creating heat that made the air shimmer and dance above the sand-packed streets. During the height of day, the temperature could reach levels that would kill an unprotected human within hours. The locals adapted through long practice, wearing flowing robes that covered most of their skin, and conducting business during the slightly cooler morning and evening hours. Midday belonged to the heat and to those desperate or foolish enough to brave it. In this harsh environment, moisture was wealth, and water was precious beyond measure. Moisture farmers dotted the desert wastes, using evaporators to extract water from the atmosphere through technology that had remained essentially unchanged for centuries. These farmers lived hardscrabble lives, constantly battling the elements, the sand people who raided from the deep desert, and the economic realities of trying to make a living on a world where most resources had to be imported. Their water found its way to settlements like Mosespa, where it commanded prices that would seem absurd on more hospitable worlds. But the most valuable commodity on Tatooine was often the one that could think and work without needing much water. Slavery, though illegal throughout the Galactic Republic and condemned by virtually every civilized world, thrived on planets like Tatooine, where Republic authority held no sway, and local power brokers made their own laws. The Hutts controlled this part of space, and their laws favored profit over freedom, commerce over compassion. In their territories, a person could be bought and sold, like a land speeder or a case of Corellian whiskey, their value determined by their skills and their ability to generate income for their owner. The transmitter chips implanted in slaves ensured compliance through the most brutal means imaginable. These devices, surgically implanted deep within the body where they couldn't be easily removed, were connected to small explosive charges that could be triggered remotely if a slave attempted to escape. The range varied depending on the quality of the transmitter, but most functioned reliably within several kilometers of the controller. A slave who ran might make it to the edge of town before their owner triggered the chip, ending their life in an instant. It was a system of bondage, perfected over centuries, efficient in its cruelty, and it held millions across Hutt space in its iron grip. Watto's junk shop stood among dozens of similar establishments in Mosespa's commercial district, distinguishable by its cluttered yard of salvaged parts and the blue-gray form of its Toydarian owner buzzing on transparent wings above the merchandise. The yard was a chaotic collection of starship components, droid parts, power couplings, hyperdrive motivators, and thousands of other pieces of technology in various states of decay and disrepair. Some pieces were genuine salvage from crashed ships or broken machinery. Others were stolen goods passed through enough hands that their origins had become untraceable. Watto asked few questions about where things came from as long as the price was right. The Toydarian himself was a study in contradictions. His species' natural ability to hover on rapidly beating wings gave him mobility that allowed him to flit between different parts of his shop with ease, inspecting merchandise or haggling with customers without ever touching the ground. His bulbous nose and protruding belly suggested someone who enjoyed life's pleasures. Yet his shrewd eyes and quick mind revealed a sharp businessman who knew the value of everything in his inventory and who could spot a fake or a bad deal from across the yard. He was a gambler by nature, frequently betting on podraces and other competitions, and this vice would ultimately cost him his most valuable assets. Those assets were not the droid parts or the hyperdrive components gathering dust in his shop, but the 2 human slaves he owned outright. Shmi Skywalker and her son Anakin lived in the slave quarters, a neighborhood of modest dwellings where Tatooine's bonded population made their homes. These quarters existed in a state of paradox, communities built on captivity where people tried to create normalcy under circumstances that allowed for little of either. Neighbors helped each other. Children played in the streets despite their lack of freedom, and families did their best to maintain dignity in a system designed to strip it away. Shmi and Anakin's home was typical of the architecture found in the slave quarters. Thick walls provided insulation against temperature extremes, keeping the interior relatively cool during the day and warm at night. The rooms were small and sparsely furnished, containing only what was absolutely necessary for daily life. A central living area served multiple purposes, functioning as kitchen, dining room, and workspace. Sleeping quarters were barely large enough for simple beds. There was no luxury, no decoration beyond what Shmi had created with her own hands. But there was cleanliness and order that spoke to her determination to maintain standards despite their circumstances. Inside this modest dwelling, Shmi had created as much warmth and comfort as possible within the constraints of slavery. She hung fabric she had woven on the walls to add color to the rooms. She prepared meals with care, making even simple ingredients into dishes that felt special. She kept their home spotlessly clean, refusing to let poverty or bondage be an excuse for neglect. Most importantly, she filled their home with love, giving Anakin something that no amount of credits could purchase, and that many free children never received. Anakin Skywalker was 9 years old when his life changed forever, but he had already lived a lifetime of experiences that most children raised in the safety and prosperity of core worlds would never encounter. He worked in Watto's shop 6 days a week, performing tasks that ranged from simple cleaning and organization to complex repairs that would challenge trained mechanics. His small hands could reach into tight spaces where adult fingers couldn't fit, making him valuable for delicate work on intricate machinery. His sharp eyes could spot damage or wear that others might miss, and his intuitive understanding of how things worked made him an asset, worth far more than the cost of his upkeep. That mechanical aptitude bordered on supernatural, a gift that set Anakin apart from other slave children, and that would eventually draw the attention of those who could recognize its true source. He could look at a broken power coupling and intuitively understand not just what was wrong, but how to fix it, often without consulting technical manuals or schematics. He could see patterns in circuits and systems that experienced mechanics might miss, understanding how power flowed through machinery, almost as if he could sense it directly. He could diagnose problems by sound or vibration, knowing from the pitch of an engine's hum whether it was running properly or developing issues that would soon cause failure. More remarkably, he could build things that should have been beyond his knowledge or skill level. The protocol droid he was constructing in secret, working on it during his limited free time, using parts he had salvaged or that Watto had discarded as worthless, represented countless hours of planning, problem-solving, and assembly. C-3PO, as the droid would eventually be designated, was a project of staggering complexity for a child with no formal engineering training. Protocol droids required sophisticated programming for language translation, cultural databases, diplomatic protocols, and personality matrices. Their mechanical systems needed to support human-like movement, with joints that could replicate the range of motion found in biological limbs. Their sensor arrays had to process multiple input streams simultaneously, allowing them to navigate environments, recognize beings, and respond appropriately to social situations. The fact that Anakin could even attempt such a complex project was extraordinary. That he was succeeding at it, building a functional protocol droid from salvaged parts, using tools meant for simpler repairs, was evidence of abilities that defied conventional explanation. He worked on C-3PO whenever he could steal a few minutes, carefully assembling the droid's frame, installing servo motors and actuators, programming its basic functions through a process that was part technique and part intuition. He built the droid as a gift for his mother, intending it to help with her daily tasks and make her difficult life slightly easier. It was an act of love, a child using his talents to care for his parent in the only way he knew how. But Anakin's gifts extended far beyond mechanics and engineering. He had won the Bunta Eve Classic pod race, a feat that should have been impossible for a human child, and that spoke to abilities most couldn't comprehend. Pod racing was one of the most dangerous sports in the galaxy, combining high speeds with treacherous terrain and aggressive competition that often turned lethal. Pods were essentially two massive engines connected to a small cockpit by flexible cables, creating a configuration that could achieve incredible velocity, but that was notoriously unstable and difficult to control. Pilots needed reflexes faster than human biology typically allowed, able to react to obstacles and course changes in fractions of a second. A moment's hesitation or a delayed response meant crashing into canyon walls at speeds that would vaporize the pod and everyone in it. The sport was dominated by aliens whose physiology gave them natural advantages in reaction time and spatial awareness. Dogs like Saboba had multiple limbs and enhanced depth perception that made them natural pod racers. Other species brought their own advantages, from improved vision to neural systems that processed information faster than human brains. Humans occasionally competed in pod racing, but they rarely won and frequently died trying. For a 9-year-old human child to not only compete, but to actually win the Boonta Eve Classic, one of Tatooine's most prestigious races, should have been utterly impossible. Yet Anakin not only competed, but excelled, piloting his custom-built pod racer through Beggar's Canyon and along the dangerous race course with precision that defied explanation. He navigated through sections where experienced pilots crashed regularly, threading his pod through gaps barely wider than his engines. He anticipated the movements of other racers, knowing when they would try to force him off course, or when they would make mistakes he could exploit. He pushed his pod to speeds that should have made it uncontrollable, yet he maintained perfect command throughout. He even survived a brutal attack from Saboba, who used illegal modifications to destroy competitors' pods, recovering from near crashes that would have killed anyone with slower reflexes. What Anakin didn't fully understand, and what his mother suspected, but never spoke aloud, was that he touched the Force instinctively. That mystical energy field that bound all living things together, that the Jedi studied and trained for years to manipulate, flowed through Anakin with an intensity almost unheard of in galactic history. His exceptional reflexes came not from superior human biology, but from precognition that let him sense danger microseconds before it manifested. His mechanical intuition was really the Force, allowing him to perceive the flow of energy through machines, understanding their function at a level deeper than mere technical knowledge. His ability to anticipate problems before they occurred was the Force showing him possibilities and probabilities that others couldn't see. He used these abilities without training, without understanding, simply because they flowed through him as naturally as blood through his veins. Where other Force sensitives needed years of meditation and practice to achieve even basic abilities, Anakin accomplished extraordinary feats through sheer instinct. It was raw talent on a scale that appeared perhaps once in a generation, or perhaps once in a millennium. And it was this talent, combined with the desperate circumstances of his slavery, that would set him on a path toward both greatness and darkness. The mystery of Anakin's origins was known only to Shmi, and it was a mystery that would fuel speculation and debate for decades after the truth emerged. She told the absolute truth when she said there was no father. She had not been with any man, had not conceived through any natural means. Anakin had simply appeared within her womb, a virgin birth that defied every law of nature and biology that civilized species understood. She had been terrified at first, unsure whether she was experiencing some strange illness, or whether she had been somehow violated without her knowledge or memory. But as her pregnancy progressed normally, and she felt the life growing inside her, her fear transformed into wonder. She never understood how or why it had happened. She never received visions or divine messages explaining Anakin's purpose or origins. She simply accepted that she had been given a son through means beyond her comprehension, and she loved him with the fierce devotion of any mother for her child. She protected him as best she could within the constraints of slavery, taught him right from wrong, and tried to prepare him for a life she hoped would someday be better than hers had been. In the years to come, Jedi Masters would debate endlessly about what Anakin's virgin birth meant. Some would believe he was conceived by the Force itself, the Chosen One prophesied in ancient texts, to bring balance by destroying the Sith and ending their corruption of the galaxy. These masters pointed to prophecies thousands of years old that spoke of one born of the Force, who would arise when darkness had grown strong. They saw in Anakin's unprecedented midi-chlorian count and his prodigious abilities the fulfillment of these prophecies. Others would suspect darker origins, wondering if Sith manipulation had created the boy as part of some long-term scheme. They would note the timing of Anakin's birth, coming just as Darth Sidious was rising to power and positioning himself to take control of the Republic. They would question whether the Sith had somehow learned to manipulate the Force at a level that allowed them to create life, using forbidden techniques to craft a being of immense power that they intended to corrupt and control. They would point to Anakin's ultimate fall as evidence that he had been designed for darkness from the beginning. The truth remained elusive, hidden in the Force's inscrutable will, and perhaps unknowable by mortal minds. Whether Anakin was created by the Force's natural processes seeking balance, by Sith interference in the cosmic order, or by something else entirely beyond current understanding, no one could say with certainty. What was certain was that his existence represented something unprecedented, a life that would reshape galactic destiny in ways both wonderful and terrible. Shmi raised her son with love and gentle wisdom, teaching him kindness in a world that rewarded cruelty, patience in circumstances that would make anyone desperate, and compassion for others, even when they had so little themselves. When he expressed anger at their enslavement, she reminded him that anger solved nothing and only made suffering worse. When he witnessed injustices being committed against other slaves or the poor, she taught him to help where he could, rather than simply rage at what he couldn't change. When he asked why the galaxy allowed slavery to exist, she gave him hope by saying that someday things would change, that people like them would be free, and that he should trust in his good heart and his gifts to help make that change happen. She told him stories at night, tales of heroes and adventures from worlds she had never seen, but had heard about from travelers passing through Watto's shop. She described cities that reached toward the stars, oceans that stretched beyond the horizon, forests where trees grew so tall their tops disappeared into clouds. She painted pictures with words of a galaxy vast and full of wonder, giving him dreams of something beyond the desert that confined them. She wanted him to believe that life could be more than slavery, more than Tatooine, more than the existence they knew. And perhaps that hope was the greatest gift of all. In a situation designed to crush the spirit and break the will, Shmi kept both their spirits alive through love and the belief that tomorrow could be better than today. She gave Anakin something to live for beyond mere survival, a sense that he mattered and that his life had purpose. She couldn't have known that this gift would lead him down paths, both glorious and dark, that the hope she nurtured would eventually transform into desperation and fear when he faced the possibility of losing another person he loved. The day Qui-Gon Jinn arrived in Mos Espa, fate turned like a key in a lock that had been waiting for exactly this moment to open. The Jedi Master, stranded on Tatooine with Queen Amidala of Naboo while seeking parts for their damaged royal starship, encountered Anakin by chance in Watto's shop. Or perhaps it wasn't chance at all, but the Force guiding events toward an inevitable confrontation between light and darkness. Qui-Gon was looking for a T-14 hyperdrive generator, a component that Watto didn't have in stock, but might be able to obtain through his network of contacts and fellow junk dealers. What should have been a simple transaction, an exchange of credits for parts, followed by everyone going their separate ways, became something far more significant when Qui-Gon recognized the Force, radiating from the young slave with an intensity he had rarely encountered in 4 decades as a Jedi. He watched Anakin work on a pod racer engine, noticing how the boy's hands moved with confidence and precision, unusual in someone so young. He observed how Anakin seemed to know what was wrong with machinery before taking it apart, diagnosing problems through intuition rather than systematic troubleshooting. And he felt the Force swirling around the child like an ocean current, powerful and deep. The encounter that followed would change the course of galactic history. A sandstorm forced Qui-Gon's group to take shelter, and Anakin invited them to his home, an act of kindness that Shmi supported despite their limited resources. That evening, as the wind howled outside and sand rattled against the windows, the Jedi Master learned about Anakin's life, his abilities, and his mysterious origins. He watched the boy interact with his mother, seeing the love and care between them. He noted Anakin's intelligence, his curiosity, and his excitement about the wider galaxy beyond Tatooine. And he tested Anakin's blood, using a device that could measure midi-chlorian count in living tissue. Midi-chlorians were microscopic organisms that lived symbiotically within the cells of all living beings, and their concentration correlated directly with Force sensitivity. A typical human had around 2,500 midi-chlorians per cell. A Jedi Knight might have 10,000. The most powerful Jedi Masters, including those on the Council, ranged from 12 to 15,000. Anakin Skywalker had over 20,000 per cell. The implications were staggering. This child, enslaved and unknown, living in poverty on a backwater desert world in the Outer Rim, possessed more raw Force potential than perhaps any being in the galaxy. His midi-chlorian count exceeded Master Yoda's, exceeded Mace Windu's, exceeded every Jedi on record in the Order's 10,000-year history. If those readings were accurate, and Qui-Gon had no reason to doubt his instruments, then Anakin represented something unprecedented and potentially prophetic. Qui-Gon became convinced that night that Anakin was the chosen one mentioned in ancient Jedi prophecies. These texts, thousands of years old and interpreted in various ways by different scholars over the centuries, spoke of one born of the Force who would arise when darkness threatened to overwhelm the light. This prophesied individual would bring balance to the Force by destroying the Sith and ending their corruption of the cosmic order. Many Jedi believed the prophecy was metaphorical, or that the Chosen One had already come and gone in ages past. But Qui-Gon, who had always trusted his instincts and the will of the Force over strict adherence to doctrine, believed he had found that prophesied individual in a slave boy on Tatooine. The path to freedom came through the very vice that enslaved so many on Tatooine: gambling. Qui-Gon didn't have enough credits to purchase the hyperdrive parts they needed, and Watto refused to accept Republic credits, which he correctly noted would be worthless in Hutt space, where the Republic had no authority. The Jedi Master needed another way to obtain both the parts and Anakin's freedom, and he found that way through a wager on the upcoming Boonta Eve Classic pod race. Qui-Gon proposed a bet to Watto. If Anakin won the race, Watto would provide the parts for free and release one of his slaves. If Anakin lost, Qui-Gon would forfeit their ship. It was a dangerous gamble, but Qui-Gon trusted in the Force and in the boy's extraordinary abilities. He had watched Anakin work on his pod racer and heard him describe racing techniques with the casual confidence of someone who had done it many times. He had felt the Force flowing through the child and knew that such a connection would provide advantages in any situation requiring split-second decisions and superhuman reflexes. Watto agreed to the wager, unable to resist the lure of potentially winning an entire royal starship, and specified that he would release Shmi if he lost. But Qui-Gon manipulated the terms through a subtle suggestion using the Force, planting the idea in Watto's mind that he had meant to say Anakin instead. The Toydarian's natural resistance to Force mind tricks prevented the complete control that Qui-Gon could have exerted on a weaker-willed being, but the subtle influence was enough to change one word in the agreement. This deception, technically a violation of Jedi principles against using the Force for personal gain, would have profound consequences. ensuring that Anakin gained freedom while his mother remained enslaved. Anakin did win the race, navigating the treacherous course with skill that amazed even experienced spectators who thought they had seen everything in decades of attending pod races. He survived Sebulba's attempts to destroy his pod, recovered from near crashes that would have killed most pilots, and crossed the finish line ahead of competitors who had vastly more experience. The victory earned him his freedom, releasing him from Watto's ownership and making him legally a person, rather than property for the first time in his life. But that freedom came with a devastating cost that would haunt Anakin for the rest of his life. Qui-Gon could only afford to free one slave within the constraints of his wager with Watto. The chance cube that determined which Skywalker would be freed fell to Anakin, not Shmi. Some would later suggest that Qui-Gon used the Force to influence the cube's outcome, ensuring that the prophesied Chosen One gained freedom, while his mother remained behind. Whether this was true or whether pure chance dictated the result, the outcome was the same. The boy would leave Tatooine, but his mother would remain enslaved, still owned by a junk dealer on a backwater world, living in poverty and bondage, while her son flew toward a new life among the stars. The goodbye between mother and son at the Mos Espa spaceport remains one of the most emotionally charged moments in galactic history, though few knew of it at the time, and fewer still understood its significance. Shmi embraced her son tightly, holding him as she had held him every day of his life, knowing this might be the last time. She told him to be brave, to trust in himself, and in the good heart she had helped nurture. She assured him that this was meant to happen, that he was destined for something greater than slavery on Tatooine. She told him not to look back, to face forward toward his new life without regret or guilt about leaving her behind. But in Anakin's eyes, even at 9 years old, there was already a seed of something dark. The pain of leaving her, the knowledge that she remained in chains while he flew toward freedom and opportunity, the guilt of being the one chosen while she was left behind. All of these emotions planted themselves deep in his heart. It was a wound that would never fully heal, a source of resentment and fear that would fester for years. He felt he was abandoning her, betraying her by accepting freedom that didn't include her. He felt powerless to protect her, unable to change circumstances that took him away, while leaving her in a situation where he couldn't help her. Shmi saw this pain in his eyes and tried to ease it with words of love and encouragement, but words could only do so much against the reality they faced. She was staying behind in slavery. He was leaving for a life she could barely imagine. They might never see each other again. These were facts, hard and undeniable, and no amount of reassurance could make them hurt less. As Anakin flew away from Tatooine aboard Queen Amidala's royal starship, he pressed his face against the viewport and watched the desert world growing smaller beneath them. The twin suns that had beaten down on him every day of his life, the endless sand that had defined his entire existence, the planet that held his mother in bondage, all of it receded into the distance as the ship climbed toward space. He felt a confusing mixture of emotions. He made a silent promise to himself, a vow that would shape many of his future decisions. Someday he would return to Tatooine. Someday he would free his mother from slavery. Someday he would be powerful enough that no one he loved would be left behind, that he could protect everyone important to him from harm. It was a child's vow, born from love and pain, impossibly ambitious and ultimately impossible to fulfill. But it planted itself in his mind like a seed, and over the years it would grow into an obsession with preventing loss, with gaining enough power to control fate itself. That obsession would eventually lead him down paths toward darkness that his mother would have never wanted him to walk. The Padawan's burden. Coruscant, the capital of the Galactic Republic, and home to trillions of beings from thousands of species, was everything Tatooine was not. Where Tatooine was desolate and empty, Coruscant teemed with life so dense that natural ground hadn't been seen in millennia, where Tatooine baked under twin suns with no relief from the heat. Coruscant stretched toward the stars, in layers of civilization built upon civilization, its upper levels gleaming in sunlight, while its depths remained shrouded in perpetual twilight. The entire planet was one massive city, a ecumenopolis where buildings covered every square kilometer of surface, and where the concept of wilderness existed only in carefully maintained gardens and preserves. The Jedi Temple rose above this endless cityscape, a monument to 10,000 generations of Force users who had served the light side and dedicated themselves to peace and justice throughout the galaxy. The temple's 5 spires reached toward the sky, like fingers pointing at the heavens, visible from hundreds of kilometers away, and serving as a beacon to Force sensitives across the Republic. The architecture was ancient, dating back thousands of years, but it had been maintained and upgraded constantly to preserve its grandeur while incorporating modern necessities. The temple was not just a building, but a living symbol of Jedi continuity, connecting the Order's present to its long and storied past. For Anakin Skywalker, recently freed from slavery and arriving on Coruscant for the first time, the temple should have felt like paradise. Here was everything he had been denied on Tatooine. Education in arts and sciences beyond his previous imagination, training in abilities he had used instinctively but never understood, companionship with others who could feel the Force as he did, food, shelter, safety, all provided without question or cost. He was free, he was valued for his abilities, and he had been offered a membership in the most prestigious organization in the galaxy. Instead, the temple often felt like another kind of cage, different from slavery but confining nonetheless. The Jedi Code's restrictions chafed against his nature. The Council's distrust made him feel isolated, despite being surrounded by thousands of Jedi. The loss of his mother overshadowed his new opportunities, making it difficult to fully appreciate what he had gained when he remained acutely aware of what he had lost. And the other younglings, children who had been raised in the temple from infancy, seemed alien to him, unable to comprehend experiences that had shaped his first 9 years. They had never known hunger, never felt the transmitter chip that marked them as property, never watched someone they loved remain enslaved while they gained freedom. The gulf between his past and theirs made genuine friendship difficult. The Jedi Council's first meeting with Anakin set the tone for a relationship that would remain complicated and fraught until its violent end. Qui-Gon brought the boy before the assembled masters shortly after arriving on Coruscant, requesting permission to train him as his Padawan learner. The council chamber was a circular room at the top of one of the temple's spires, with tall windows looking out over the endless cityscape. 12 chairs arranged in a circle held the wisest and most powerful Jedi in the Order, masters whose combined experience spanned centuries, and whose understanding of the Force was supposed to be unmatched. Master Yoda, ancient and enigmatic, sat in his chair with eyes that had witnessed 800 years of galactic history. His small green form belied immense wisdom and power that made him arguably the greatest Jedi alive. Master Mace Windu, human and imposing, was known for his martial prowess and his absolute commitment to the Jedi Code. Other council members included Ki-Adi-Mundi, Plo Koon, Saisi Tiin, and others whose names commanded respect throughout the Republic. These were beings who had dedicated their lives to understanding the Force and to upholding Jedi principles. Their judgment was trusted by billions. They tested Anakin extensively, probing his connection to the Force and measuring his potential with exercises designed to evaluate Force-sensitive children. They showed him images on a screen while he faced away, asking him to identify what he sensed. They had him move objects with his mind, demonstrating fine control over his telekinetic abilities. They questioned him about his past, his feelings, his dreams, and throughout the examination, they reached into the Force to sense his emotional state, reading fear, anger, and attachment in the currents surrounding him. What they found both impressed and disturbed them. His power was undeniable, his connection to the Force deeper than any child they had encountered in living memory. His potential seemed limitless, suggesting he could someday become the most powerful Jedi who had ever lived. But alongside that power, they sensed darkness, fear of loss, anger at injustice, love for his mother that went beyond the compassionate concern Jedi were supposed to feel for all beings. These emotions violated the core principles that Jedi taught their students from infancy, principles designed to prevent Force users from falling to the dark side. Most significantly, they sensed something unclear in his future, a clouded path that made them profoundly uneasy. The Force sometimes granted visions of possible futures, showing Jedi what might come to pass if events proceeded along certain lines. When they looked at Anakin's future, they saw uncertainty and darkness, paths that led to both great good and terrible evil, depending on choices not yet made. This ambiguity frightened them, suggesting that Anakin could become either the Order's greatest champion or its most dangerous enemy. Qui-Gon insisted the Council train Anakin, arguing passionately that he was the chosen one from prophecy, destined to bring balance to the Force. The Jedi Master spoke of Anakin's unprecedented midi-chlorian count, his intuitive command of abilities that others trained years to master, and the circumstances of his discovery. He argued that the Force had led them to Tatooine, specifically to find this boy, that Anakin's very existence was evidence of the prophecy's fulfillment. To refuse to train him, Qui-Gon suggested, would be to deny the will of the Force itself. But the Council, led by Mace Windu's skepticism and Yoda's caution, refused Qui-Gon's request. They cited Anakin's age as a primary concern. At 9 years old, he was too old to begin Jedi training by the Order's traditional standards. Most initiates started as infants or toddlers, taken from their families before conscious memory formed, and before attachments and fears could take root. These young children were raised in the Temple's nurseries, taught Jedi philosophy from the moment they could understand language, and trained in meditation and emotional control before they developed patterns of thought and feeling that would need to be unlearned. Anakin arrived with 9 years of life experience outside the Order. He had formed strong attachments, particularly to his mother. He had experienced emotions like fear and anger intensely and repeatedly. He had developed ways of thinking and feeling that did not align with Jedi teachings. All of these factors made him a difficult candidate for training, requiring him to unlearn as much as he would need to learn. The Council believed that his age and his emotional state made him too risky, that the danger of him falling to darkness outweighed his potential to serve the light. The situation resolved itself in the worst possible way during the Battle of Naboo. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Anakin were part of the Force that landed on Naboo to liberate it from the Trade Federation's occupation. While Queen Amidala led her people in retaking the capital, and while Gungan warriors engaged the droid army on the plains, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan confronted a Sith Lord who had been working with the Trade Federation. Darth Maul was a Zabrak warrior, his face covered in ritual tattoos, and his body honed for combat. He wielded a double-bladed lightsaber with deadly skill, and he had been trained in the dark side by a master whose identity remained unknown. The duel that followed was intense and brutal, ranging through the Theed Royal Palace's power generator complex. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan fought in tandem, their complementary styles allowing them to keep the Sith Lord on the defensive despite his superior aggression. But Maul separated them using the palace's architecture, trapping Obi-Wan behind laser barriers while forcing Qui-Gon into a one-on-one confrontation in a narrow corridor. In that confined space, Darth Maul's aggressive style and superior speed gave him the advantage. He battered through Qui-Gon's defense with relentless assault, never giving the Jedi Master time to recover or counterattack. The end came quickly. Maul struck Qui-Gon in the chin with his lightsaber's hilt, stunning him briefly, then drove one blade through the Jedi Master's torso. Qui-Gon collapsed, mortally wounded, dying before Obi-Wan could reach him. Obi-Wan, watching his master fall, experienced rage and grief that pushed him to the edge of the dark side. He attacked Maul with ferocious intensity, his usual measured style abandoned for aggressive assault that caught the Sith by surprise. But rage was not sustainable, and when it faded, Maul regained the upper hand. He disarmed Obi-Wan, knocking his lightsaber into the power generator shaft, and force pushed him over the edge. Obi-Wan caught himself on a protrusion, hanging over the seemingly bottomless shaft, while Maul stalked back and forth above him, savoring his impending victory. In that moment of crisis, Obi-Wan centered himself in the Force, releasing his anger and finding calm. He reached out with the Force and called Qui-Gon's lightsaber to his hand, pulling it from his master's belt across the distance. He leapt from the shaft, somersaulting over Maul while igniting the blade, and severed the Sith Lord in half before he could react. Maul fell into the shaft, cut in two, seemingly dead, though he would later be revealed to have survived through dark side power and sheer hatred. Obi-Wan rushed to Qui-Gon's side, cradling his dying master in his arms. Qui-Gon, with his last breaths, made Obi-Wan promise to train Anakin. The Jedi Master believed so strongly in the boy's destiny, in the prophecy, and in what Anakin could become, that his final thoughts were of ensuring the child's future. He made Obi-Wan swear to train the boy, to fulfill what he believed was the will of the Force. Obi-Wan, grief-stricken and desperate to honor his master's final wish, promised he would train Anakin no matter what the Council said. That promise would shape both their lives forever. Obi-Wan Kenobi was only 25 years old when he suddenly found himself promoted to Jedi Knight for his defeat of Maul, and saddled with responsibility for training a boy he barely knew. He was young for such a task, still processing his own master's death, and unsure whether he possessed the wisdom and patience necessary to properly train a Padawan. But he had made a promise to a dying man he loved and respected above all others. And Jedi honor demanded he keep that promise regardless of his doubts. The Council, faced with this situation and recognizing that Obi-Wan would train Anakin with or without their permission, reluctantly agreed to allow the training. But their decision came with an unspoken asterisk. They would watch this training carefully. They would monitor the boy for signs of darkness, of the very fears they had sensed during his initial examination. Their lack of trust was not entirely unfounded given their concerns about his age and emotional state, but it created a self-fulfilling prophecy. Anakin sensed their fear and suspicion, understood that they viewed him differently from other Padawans, and that knowledge made him resentful. He knew he was different, knew he made them uncomfortable, and part of him embraced that distinction, rather than trying to overcome it. If they were going to view him as potentially dangerous, then he would show them power that justified their concern. If they were going to doubt his commitment to the light, then he would prove his abilities were beyond question. This defensive reaction to their distrust set the foundation for years of friction between Anakin and the Council, a gulf that would widen over time rather than close. Obi-Wan Kenobi tried his best to honor Qui-Gon's faith in Anakin while also adhering to Jedi teachings about emotional detachment. The result was a teaching style that alternated between brotherly affection and stern discipline, between encouraging Anakin's potential and attempting to curb his more dangerous tendencies. Obi-Wan cared deeply for Anakin, perhaps too deeply, developing a bond that went beyond the typical master-apprentice relationship to something closer to true brotherhood. But he also pushed Anakin hard, expecting perfection and often expressing disappointment when the boy fell short of those high standards. This created a complicated dynamic. Anakin loved Obi-Wan like a father or older brother, valued his approval above almost anything, and tried desperately to meet his expectations. But he also felt he could never fully satisfy Obi-Wan, that no matter how much he accomplished, it was never quite enough. This drove him to attempt increasingly ambitious feats, to take risks that a more cautious student would avoid, seeking to prove himself worthy of the faith Qui-Gon had shown and the confidence Obi-Wan claimed to have. Anakin, for his part, was brilliant and frustrating in equal measure, a student who brought both pride and exasperation to his master. He excelled in lightsaber combat, demonstrating natural talent that surpassed most Jedi his age and many who were years his senior. He mastered forms A1 through V quickly, absorbing techniques that others struggled with for months or years. By his late teens, Anakin was considered one of the finest duelists in the Order, capable of defeating Jedi Masters in sparring matches, and demonstrating creativity in combat that kept opponents constantly off balance. His connection to the Force was extraordinary, allowing him to accomplish feats that should have required decades more training. He could sense danger before it manifested, feel the emotions and intentions of beings around him with startling clarity, and manipulate physical objects with barely a thought. His telekinetic abilities grew so powerful that he could lift weights that would challenge far more experienced Jedi. He could influence minds with unusual ease, though he often pushed these mental suggestions harder than Jedi philosophy recommended. His Force reflexes made him nearly unbeatable in any situation requiring split-second reactions. His skills as a pilot were legendary, surpassing even his combat abilities. By his late teens, Anakin Skywalker was widely considered the best star pilot in the galaxy, capable of maneuvers that other pilots couldn't imagine attempting and surviving them through a combination of skill, intuition, and Force-enhanced perception. He could fly any craft after a few minutes of familiarization, understanding its capabilities and limitations almost instinctively. In combat, he was nearly impossible to shoot down, his precognition allowing him to evade attacks before they were even launched. His fellow pilots joked that Anakin didn't so much fly as become one with his ship, that the distinction between pilot and craft disappeared when he was at the controls, but his emotional control remained problematic throughout his training. Anakin chafed under Jedi restrictions, particularly those forbidding attachment. He questioned rules he found arbitrary and challenged masters when he disagreed with their decisions, behavior that other Padawans would never dare attempt. His arrogance grew along with his abilities, fed by the knowledge of his own exceptional talent and frustrated by the Order's refusal to promote him at what he felt was an appropriate pace. He knew he was special, knew his power exceeded most Jedi, and he struggled to accept guidance from those he considered his inferiors in skill, if not in rank. This arrogance manifested in multiple ways. He would sometimes disregard Obi-Wan's instructions during missions, trusting his own instincts over his master's experience. He would show off during training, performing unnecessary flourishes to impress others. He would boast about his abilities to fellow Padawans, making claims that, while technically true, came across as insufferably conceited. And he would argue with council members when they questioned his methods, defending his aggressive tactics and his willingness to bend rules in pursuit of success. The attachment that would ultimately doom him began innocently enough. Padme Amidala, the young queen of Naboo, who had shown him kindness when he was just a slave child, remained in Anakin's thoughts throughout his training. He remembered her smile, her courage during the battle to liberate her planet, her beauty that had taken his 9-year-old breath away. She became an idealized figure in his mind, representing everything good and pure about the galaxy, a symbol of what he fought to protect as a Jedi. When they reunited 10 years later, she was a senator, and he was a Jedi Padawan assigned to protect her. After assassination attempts on her life, the childhood crush had matured into something far more intense and far more dangerous. Padme had grown from a teenage queen into a sophisticated politician. Her intelligence and dedication to democratic ideals, making her one of the Senate's most effective and respected voices. She fought for the powerless, risked her life for causes she believed in, and demonstrated a moral courage that Anakin found intoxicating. She was, in many ways, everything Anakin aspired to be: selfless, principled, unwavering in her commitment to making the galaxy better. But she was also everything the Jedi Code forbade him to have. Their attraction was mutual and undeniable, a chemistry that neither could ignore, despite knowing how impossible a relationship between them would be. When assassination attempts forced them into close proximity on Naboo, hiding from those who sought her death, the forbidden relationship ignited fully. They spent weeks together on Naboo, ostensibly hidden for her protection, but really falling deeper in love with each passing day. They walked through meadows, picnicked by lakes, talked for hours about their dreams and fears. Anakin spoke of his mother, still enslaved on Tatooine as far as he knew, and of his desire to free her someday. Padme shared her frustrations with Senate politics and her concerns about the separatist movement threatening to tear the Republic apart. They found in each other something they had both been missing: genuine connection with someone who saw them as individuals rather than as symbols or tools. Before their secret marriage, there came another pivotal moment that revealed the darkness lurking in Anakin's heart, a darkness that even he hadn't fully recognized until it burst forth in violence. News reached him that his mother had been freed from slavery by a moisture farmer named Cliegg Lars, a good man who had fallen in love with Shmi and purchased her freedom so he could make her his wife. The news should have brought relief and joy, evidence that his childhood vow to free her had been accomplished by someone else. But shortly after her liberation, Shmi had been captured by Tusken Raiders, the nomadic people of Tatooine's wastelands, and taken into the desert. Driven by fear and love, ignoring his assignment to protect Padme, and violating Obi-Wan's orders to remain on Naboo, Anakin flew to Tatooine in a desperate attempt to rescue his mother. He tracked the Tusken tribe that had taken her, finding their encampment in the desert and infiltrating it under cover of darkness. The Tuskens had kept Shmi prisoner for weeks, torturing her, beating her, leaving her bound in conditions that no being should endure. When Anakin found her in a tent, tied to a post, her body broken and her mind fading, she barely resembled the woman who had raised him with such love and care. She recognized her son in her final moments, her eyes clearing just enough to see him one last time. She whispered his name with what breath she had left, told him she loved him, said she was complete because he had come back for her. Then she died in his arms. Her suffering finally ended, but leaving Anakin holding the lifeless body of the person who had meant more to him than anyone in his childhood. The rage that consumed Anakin in that moment was absolute and terrible, a fury that went beyond anger into something primal and destructive. He laid his mother's body gently down, ignited his lightsaber, and walked out of that tent, transformed. What happened next was a massacre, an atrocity that Anakin would never truly repent for, and that marked his first real step toward the dark side. He slaughtered the entire Tusken settlement, men, women, children, all fell to his blade in a frenzy of violence that he gave himself to completely. He showed no mercy, offered no chance for surrender. The Tusken warriors who tried to fight him died first, their primitive weapons useless against a lightsaber and the Force user's power. The women and children who tried to flee were cut down as they ran. The elderly who couldn't move quickly enough were killed where they sat. When the killing ended, Anakin stood among dozens of dead bodies, covered in blood and sand, his breathing heavy and his eyes wild, having murdered an entire community in vengeance for his mother's death. Later, when his rage had cooled enough for thought to return, Anakin tried to justify what he had done. He told himself the Tuskens were animals, not people, that they didn't deserve the mercy he might show to civilized beings. He convinced himself that justice demanded their deaths, that they had tortured his mother, and therefore deserved to die. But these were rationalizations, lies he told himself to avoid confronting the truth. He had committed genocide while driven by hatred and pain, and he had felt powerful while doing it. The dark side had fed on his emotions, amplified them, and shown him how easy it was to give in to rage when it offered the satisfaction of immediate vengeance. He confessed this crime to Padme, telling her everything he had done, perhaps hoping she would absolve him, or at least understand why it had happened. She was horrified by what he described, her face reflecting shock and fear as he spoke of killing the children, of not stopping until every Tusken was dead. But her love for him prevented her from doing what her principles demanded, reporting his actions to the Jedi Council. It was the first of many compromises she would make, the first time she chose their relationship over her commitment to justice and law. They were both walking a path that led away from who they wanted to be, and neither possessed the strength to step off that path before it was too late. Anakin had crossed a line that Jedi should never cross, using his power to commit murder out of personal vengeance. Padme had become complicit in that crime by keeping his secret, allowing a mass murderer to remain free and trusted within the Jedi Order. The foundation of their relationship was now built on deception and shared guilt, a toxic combination that would poison their future together. Their secret marriage on Naboo was small and private, witnessed only by the droids, C-3PO and R2-D2, who served as the sole guests at a ceremony that violated everything Anakin had sworn to uphold as a Jedi. The setting was beautiful, a lakeside retreat at sunset, with golden light reflecting off calm waters and mountains rising in the distance. Padme wore a traditional Naboo wedding gown, her hair decorated with flowers, looking more beautiful than Anakin had ever seen her. Anakin wore his Jedi robes, unable to procure formal attire without raising questions about why he needed it. A local holy person officiated, asking few questions about the circumstances, and happy to receive the generous payment Padme provided for their discretion. It was a beautiful ceremony in a beautiful place, filled with love and hope for a future together. They spoke vows promising to support each other, to face whatever challenges came together, to build a life that honored both their commitments and their love. They exchanged simple rings, tokens of their secret bond that they would hide beneath gloves and clothing. They kissed as husband and wife, sealing a marriage that could never be publicly acknowledged and that represented a fundamental betrayal of the Jedi Order. Every day they remained married was a day Anakin violated the Jedi Code he had sworn to uphold. Every moment they spent together was a moment that deepened his attachments, feeding the fear of loss that would eventually drive him to unforgivable acts. The code forbade attachment for good reason. It led to possessiveness, to fear, to the kind of desperate actions that characterized the dark side. Anakin knew this intellectually, had been taught it countless times, but he convinced himself that his love for Padme was different, that it made him stronger rather than weaker. He was wrong, but by the time he recognized his error, it was far too late to correct it. The Clone Wars erupted shortly after their marriage, thrusting Anakin into 3 years of nearly constant warfare that would shape him in ways both positive and terrible. The conflict began when Count Dooku, a former Jedi Master who had fallen to the dark side and become Darth Tyrannus, led a separatist movement seeking to break away from the Republic. Thousands of systems joined his cause, citing corruption in the Senate, overtaxation, and lack of representation in a government dominated by core world interests. The separatists built a massive droid army, manufacturing battle droids by the billions and constructing capital ships designed for military conquest. The Republic, which had maintained no standing army for 1,000 years, suddenly found itself needing military force to prevent its dissolution. Fortunately, or suspiciously, depending on one's perspective, A clone army had been secretly created on Camino, using genetic material from the bounty hunter Jango Fett. These clone troopers, grown rapidly to adulthood and trained from birth for combat, provided the Republic with soldiers seemingly just in time to prevent separatist victory. The Jedi were pressed into service as generals, leading these clone armies despite having no military training or experience commanding large forces. It was a role that fit Anakin's temperament better than the contemplative life of a temple-bound Jedi. On the battlefield, his aggressive tactics and willingness to take risks earned him a reputation as a hero of the Republic. He won battles that should have been losses through daring strategies and personal heroism. He saved lives through rescues that others would have considered impossible. He inspired loyalty in the clone troopers who served under him, treating them as individuals rather than as expendable resources and learning their names and personalities. His unit, the 501st Legion, became one of the most effective fighting forces in the Grand Army of the Republic. These clone troopers, marked by blue markings on their armor, developed fierce loyalty to their Jedi general. They trusted Anakin's instincts, followed his orders even when they seemed reckless, and came to believe they could accomplish anything under his command. Anakin, in turn, valued his men and worked to minimize casualties, though he also pushed them hard and expected them to match his own willingness to risk death for mission success. He was partnered with a Padawan of his own during the Clone Wars, a development that surprised him, as he hadn't requested an apprentice and didn't feel ready to train someone when he was still learning himself. Ahsoka Tano was a young Togruta female, enthusiastic and headstrong, with a tendency toward impulsiveness that reminded Obi-Wan of Anakin himself. She was initially irritating to Anakin, who hadn't wanted the responsibility and who found her constant questions and challenges to his authority frustrating. He called her Snips, sarcastically, referencing her snippy attitude, though the nickname eventually became a term of affection. Over time, they developed a deep bond that brought out better aspects of Anakin's character. Ahsoka became like a younger sister to him, someone he protected and mentored with genuine affection. Training her forced Anakin to articulate lessons he had learned, to think about what kind of Jedi he wanted to be, and what values he wanted to pass on. He taught her lightsaber techniques, force abilities, and tactical thinking, but he also taught her to trust her instincts, to question authority when it seemed wrong, and to value the lives of clone troopers and civilians above military objectives. Their relationship humanized Anakin, gave him someone to care for in a way the Code approved of, and provided him with purpose beyond his own advancement. When they fought together, they were nearly unstoppable, their styles complementing each other perfectly. Ahsoka's agility and speed balanced Anakin's power and aggression. Her optimism tempered his tendency toward darkness. Her presence reminded him of who he wanted to be, rather than who he was becoming under the pressures of war. But the war also brought out Anakin's darker tendencies, drawing them closer to the surface with each battle. The violence, the casualties, the moral compromises required by warfare, all of these took their toll on his psyche. Anakin became more aggressive in combat, more willing to cross lines in pursuit of victory. He killed without hesitation, dispatching enemies with efficiency that sometimes bordered on cruelty. When enemies surrendered, he sometimes executed them anyway, if he believed they deserved death for their crimes, ignoring the Jedi prohibition against killing unarmed opponents. His relationship with Chancellor Palpatine deepened during this period in ways that concerned Obi-Wan and other Jedi. Palpatine took a personal interest in Anakin from the beginning, regularly inviting him to private meetings, seeking his advice on military matters, and offering friendship that seemed genuine. The Chancellor praised Anakin's abilities, sympathized with his frustrations about the Council's treatment of him, and gradually planted seeds of doubt about the Jedi Order's wisdom and motives. He suggested that the Jedi were holding Anakin back, that they feared his power, that they would never truly accept him because of his age and origins. Anakin didn't recognize the manipulation for what it was, because Palpatine's methods were too subtle and patient. He saw a mentor who believed in him, someone who treated him with the respect he felt the Council denied him. Palpatine never criticized directly, never pushed too hard, but every conversation served to drive a wedge deeper between Anakin and the order he served. It was psychological conditioning executed with masterful patience, exploiting Anakin's insecurities and amplifying his resentments. And Anakin walked into the trap, one conversation at a time, never realizing he was being maneuvered toward an end he couldn't imagine. The Clone Wars saw countless missions and battles across hundreds of worlds. Anakin fought on ice planets and jungle worlds, in orbital conflicts and ground assaults, against droid armies and flesh-and-blood separatists. He dueled with General Grievous, the cyborg commander of the separatist forces, multiple times. He confronted Count Dooku repeatedly, losing their first encounter when Dooku severed his right arm, then growing stronger with each subsequent meeting, until he finally killed the Sith Lord on Palpatine's order, in what should have been an arrest. That execution of Dooku foreshadowed Anakin's ultimate fall. The Count was helpless, kneeling before Anakin with his hands bound and his weapons gone. Jedi principles demanded that prisoners be taken alive when possible, that killing an unarmed opponent was wrong regardless of their crimes. But Palpatine urged Anakin to kill Dooku, arguing it was justice for his crimes and necessary to end the separatist threat. Anakin hesitated only briefly before decapitating the helpless Sith Lord, an act of execution that violated everything he claimed to believe. He felt guilt immediately afterward, understanding he had done wrong. But Palpatine eased those concerns with reassurances that it had been necessary and right. This pattern would repeat. Anakin would commit acts that troubled his conscience, and Palpatine would provide rationalization that allowed him to suppress his guilt. Over time, the voice of Anakin's conscience grew quieter, while the voice justifying darkness grew louder, until eventually he would stop hesitating at all when faced with terrible choices. When Ahsoka was framed for murder and terrorism, the event shattered what remained of Anakin's faith in the Jedi Council. Someone had bombed the Jedi Temple's hangar, killing several people including clone troopers and a Jedi, and evidence pointed to Ahsoka as the perpetrator. The Council expelled her from the Order based on that evidence, refusing to trust in her innocence despite her protests, and despite Anakin's absolute certainty that she was being framed. They handed her over to Republic authorities for trial, washing their hands of responsibility for one of their own at the first sign of scandal. Anakin refused to accept his Padawan's guilt. He investigated independently, following leads the official investigators ignored, questioning witnesses others had dismissed, and eventually discovering that the real traitor was Barriss Offee, a fellow Jedi who had grown disillusioned with the Order's role in the war. Barriss had committed the bombing as a statement against what she saw as Jedi hypocrisy, using violence to make a point about the violence the Jedi had embraced by becoming military leaders. Her confession cleared Ahsoka's name, but the damage to trust was already done. The Council apologized and offered to reinstate Ahsoka with promotion to Jedi Knight as compensation for their error, but Ahsoka refused. She had seen how quickly they abandoned her, how little faith they had in her innocence, and she couldn't continue serving an order that had treated her that way. She walked away from the Jedi, from the life she had known, choosing to find her own path, rather than remain where she wasn't truly trusted. Anakin felt betrayed by both the Council and by Ahsoka, though for different reasons. The Council's failure to believe in Ahsoka reinforced every doubt Palpatine had been planting about their wisdom and judgment. And Ahsoka's decision to leave felt like abandonment, like she was choosing to leave him rather than accepting that the Council had made a mistake that shouldn't define the entire Order. It was another loss, another person he cared about torn from his life, and it fit a pattern that was becoming increasingly clear to anyone watching closely. Everyone Anakin loved eventually left him or was taken from him. His mother, freed but then killed. His father figure Qui-Gon, dead at Mustafar. His wife Padme, kept secret and distant. And now his apprentice, who chose to walk away rather than remain at his side. This pattern fed Anakin's greatest fear, that he was destined to lose everyone he cared about. That connection brought inevitable pain. That fear was growing into a consuming obsession with preventing loss, a desperate need to gain enough power that he could protect everyone important to him from any threat. It was a fear that made him increasingly vulnerable to the dark side's promises, to whispers that suggested power was the answer to all his problems, and there was someone perfectly positioned to exploit that vulnerability, someone who had been cultivating it for years, someone who was finally ready to spring the trap that had been decades in the making. The nightmares began in the 4th year of the Clone Wars, visions of death that felt more real than any dream should. Anakin would wake in the darkness of his quarters, gasping for breath, his body covered in cold sweat despite the climate controls. The images were always the same. Padme, his secretly married wife, now pregnant with their child, dying in childbirth. He saw her face twisted in agony, heard her screams of pain that echoed in his mind even after waking. He felt her presence in the Force fade away to nothing, experiencing her death as if it were happening in real time. The visions came every night, sometimes multiple times in a single night, allowing him no rest and no escape. They consumed his thoughts even during waking hours, dominating his mind to the point where he could barely focus on anything else. He had experienced prophetic visions before. His dreams about his mother's suffering had proven accurate, arriving too late to save her, but confirming that the Force sometimes granted foresight to those strong in it. These new visions felt the same way, not like anxiety dreams, but like glimpses of an inevitable future approaching. Anakin believed with absolute certainty that Padme would die in childbirth, unless he found a way to prevent it. And that belief, that fear, that desperate need to save her, would be the key that finally unlocked his fall to darkness after years of corruption. Everything Palpatine had done, every conversation and manipulation and planted doubt, had been building toward this moment. The Emperor knew Anakin's greatest weakness, understood that his attachments made him vulnerable in ways the Jedi Code was specifically designed to prevent. Now he would use that weakness to claim the most powerful Force user alive as his servant and apprentice, completing a plan that had been in motion since before Anakin left Tatooine. The path to Darth Vader began with those nightmares of Padme dying, and it would end on the shores of Mustafar, with Anakin burning beside rivers of lava, his body broken and his soul shattered, transformed into something that was barely human anymore. Everything he would do in the coming days, every terrible choice and unforgivable act, would stem from his desperate need to prevent the death he had foreseen. He would betray everyone and everything he claimed to love in an attempt to save one life. And he would lose her anyway, killed by his own actions, his worst fear realized precisely because he tried so hard to prevent it. Fear is a path to the dark side. The Jedi taught this principle from the earliest days of training, warning younglings that fear led to anger, anger led to hate, and hate led to suffering. It was not just philosophy, but observable truth, demonstrated countless times throughout history when Force users allowed their fears to control them. Fear of loss, fear of death, fear of powerlessness. These were the emotions that the Sith exploited, and that turned promising Jedi into agents of darkness. Anakin Skywalker knew this teaching intellectually, had memorized it, and could recite it upon request. But understanding something intellectually and truly internalizing its wisdom are different things entirely. His fear of losing Padme consumed him so completely that it overrode years of Jedi training and every instinct that warned him away from the path he was walking. The nightmares came every night, without fail. Visions of her dying in childbirth, while he stood helpless, unable to save her despite all his power. The Force showed him these images with crystal clarity, making them feel more real than memory. He saw the exact expression on her face, heard the specific sound of her final breath, felt the precise moment when her life force left her body. These details convinced him the visions were not mere anxiety dreams, but genuine prophecies of a future he needed to prevent at any cost. Chancellor Palpatine noticed Anakin's distress during one of their regular private meetings. These conversations had become routine over the years, with the Chancellor treating Anakin as a trusted confidant and advisor on military matters. Palpatine would invite the young Jedi to his office in the Senate building, offer him a comfortable seat, and speak to him with a warmth and respect that Anakin rarely felt from the Jedi Council. He asked about Anakin's missions, praised his successes, sympathized with his frustrations, and gradually positioned himself as the mentor figure that Anakin had been searching for since Qui-Gon's death. On this particular evening, Palpatine observed that Anakin seemed troubled, more distracted than usual, carrying a weight that appeared to be crushing him. With seemingly innocent concern, the Chancellor inquired about what was bothering his young friend. Anakin, isolated by the secrecy of his marriage and unable to confide in his fellow Jedi about fears they would tell him to release into the Force, found himself opening up to Palpatine about his terror of losing someone close to him. He didn't reveal Padmé's identity, maintaining that secret even in his desperation, but he spoke of his dreams of death and his feeling of helplessness to prevent what he had foreseen. Palpatine's response was carefully calculated, delivered with perfect timing after years of grooming Anakin for exactly this moment. He spoke with seeming reluctance, as if sharing knowledge he shouldn't possess, as if breaking confidence to help a friend in need. He told Anakin about a Sith legend, a story from the dark side's history that the Jedi would never teach, because it represented everything they opposed. He spoke of Darth Plagueis the Wise, a Sith Lord so powerful and so wise that he could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life itself. He could keep those he cared about from dying, preserving them through power over life and death that transcended natural law. It was a power, Palpatine explained, with what appeared to be genuine regret, that only one being had ever achieved, and that knowledge had been lost when Plagueis' own apprentice killed him in his sleep. The irony wasn't lost on Palpatine, who was himself that apprentice, and who had murdered his master precisely as described. But Anakin didn't catch the subtle confession hidden in the story. He heard only the critical information. Preventing death through the Force was possible. One person had learned this power, which meant it could potentially be rediscovered. The story was bait perfectly designed for Anakin's psychology, exploiting his fear and his arrogance in equal measure. His fear told him he needed this power to save Padmé from the death he had foreseen. His arrogance suggested that if one person had learned this technique, then he, Anakin Skywalker, with his unprecedented connection to the Force, could surely learn it as well. The seed Palpatine planted took root immediately, growing in Anakin's mind until it became an obsession that crowded out all other considerations. The Clone Wars were reaching their climax as these personal dramas unfolded, and the Jedi Council had grown increasingly suspicious of Chancellor Palpatine's accumulation of emergency powers. The war seemed to drag on endlessly, with no resolution in sight, despite Republic victories on multiple fronts. Palpatine had been granted extraordinary authority to prosecute the conflict, authority that he showed no inclination to relinquish, even when military necessity might not require it. Some Jedi, including Mace Windu and Obi-Wan Kenobi, began to suspect that the Chancellor was prolonging the war deliberately, though they couldn't prove it or understand his ultimate goal. The Council made a decision that would prove catastrophic, though they believed at the time it was necessary for the Republic's preservation. They asked Anakin to spy on Palpatine, to report on the Chancellor's private meetings and activities, essentially requesting that he betray a mentor's trust in service of their political suspicions. For Anakin, this request confirmed his worst beliefs about the Jedi Order. They were asking him to act dishonorably, to violate a friendship for their own purposes, demonstrating the kind of moral flexibility they supposedly opposed. His resentment toward the Council deepened to a chasm that no amount of trust could bridge. He agreed to the mission because his oaths bound him to obey, but his heart wasn't in it. He felt compromised, caught between two loyalties that were increasingly incompatible. The Jedi Council represented the order he had served for over a decade, the institution that had given him training and purpose. Palpatine represented friendship, respect, and increasingly the promise of power that could save Padme. The conflict between these loyalties tore at Anakin, forcing him toward a choice he desperately wanted to avoid. The truth revealed itself when Palpatine finally dropped his mask during what appeared to be a casual conversation about the war. The Chancellor confided to Anakin that he knew of the Jedi Council's request for espionage, that he understood Anakin's position and held no ill will about it. Then, with careful deliberation, Palpatine revealed his true identity as Darth Sidious, the Sith Lord who had been manipulating both sides of the Clone Wars from the beginning, orchestrating galactic conflict as part of a plan to destroy the Jedi and claim absolute power. The revelation should have been straightforward. Anakin should have immediately arrested or killed the Sith Lord, ending the conspiracy and preventing further bloodshed. But Palpatine chose this moment to make his offer explicit. He possessed knowledge of the dark side power to prevent death, the same power he had attributed to Darth Plagueis. He could teach this power to Anakin, could show him how to save Padme from the death he had foreseen in his visions. But only if Anakin joined him, only if he embraced the dark side and became his apprentice in the Sith tradition. It was the ultimate test, the moment toward which years of manipulation had been building. Palpatine had cultivated their friendship, eroded Anakin's trust in the Jedi Council, identified his greatest fear, and positioned himself as the only person who could provide what Anakin desperately needed. Everything had been calculated to bring Anakin to this exact crossroads where he would have to choose between his Jedi oaths and his chance to save his wife. Anakin refused the offer initially, his training asserting itself despite his desperation. He left Palpatine's office and went directly to the Jedi Temple, reporting to Mace Windu that he had discovered the Sith Lord's identity. Windu immediately assembled a strike team of the Order's finest warriors to arrest the Chancellor. Masters Kit Fisto, Saïs Tiin, and Agent Kolar accompanied him, 4 Jedi Masters representing centuries of combined experience and mastery of lightsaber combat. They moved quickly before Palpatine could escape or call for protection from the Republic security forces, who would defend their Chancellor without knowing his true nature. Anakin was ordered to remain at the temple, excluded from the arrest because Windu didn't trust his emotional state or his friendship with Palpatine. This exclusion would prove to be a fatal mistake, leaving Anakin alone with his fears and his desperation while the confrontation unfolded without him. He tried to meditate, to release his anxiety into the Force as Jedi teachings instructed, but the meditation offered no peace. His mind raced with scenarios. If the Jedi killed Palpatine, the knowledge of how to save Padme would die with him. The visions hadn't shown him when she would die, only that she would. It could be days or even hours away. If he let this chance slip away, he might lose the only opportunity to prevent the future he had seen. Fear overrode reason. Anakin left the temple despite Windu's orders and rushed to the Chancellor's office, arriving in time to see Mace Windu standing over a defeated and seemingly helpless Palpatine. The Sith Lord had killed the other 3 Jedi Masters with shocking efficiency, demonstrating why he had remained undetected for decades, while rising to the highest political office in the galaxy. But Windu had proven too strong, his mastery of Vapad lightsaber form, allowing him to turn Palpatine's dark side aggression back against him. He had disarmed Sidious, destroyed his lightsaber, and now stood ready to execute the Sith Lord. Windu argued that Palpatine was too dangerous to be taken alive, that the corruption in the Senate ran too deep to trust a trial. The Chancellor had cultivated loyalists throughout the Republic government, many of whom would work to free him if given the chance. The Jedi Master believed that only immediate execution could guarantee the Sith threat ended here. It was a violation of Jedi principles against killing unarmed prisoners, but Windu had convinced himself it was necessary, that extraordinary circumstances demanded extraordinary actions. Anakin arrived as Windu raised his lightsaber for the killing blow, the purple blade humming with deadly intent. He saw Palpatine on the floor, his face scarred by his own force lightning that Windu had deflected back at him, seemingly helpless and pleading for mercy. The Sith Lord begged Anakin for help, claiming he was too weak to defend himself, appealing to their friendship and to Anakin's sense of justice. In that frozen moment, multiple considerations crashed through Anakin's mind simultaneously. If Windu killed Palpatine, any chance to save Padme died with him. The Jedi Council had ordered Anakin to spy on a friend, and now planned to execute him without trial. Palpatine had trusted Anakin, treated him with respect, offered him knowledge the Jedi refused to share. The dark side whispered that the Jedi were the real villains here, that they feared Palpatine's power and Anakin's potential. Everything Palpatine had planted over the years bore fruit in that instant, every seed of doubt and resentment blooming into a choice that damned Anakin's soul. He ignited his lightsaber and severed Mace Windu's hand, disarming the Jedi Master in both literal and figurative senses. The strike came from behind, without warning, giving Windu no chance to defend himself. His lightsaber fell from his severed hand, tumbling toward the floor, and with it went any chance of stopping what came next. Palpatine's helplessness was revealed as deception. He unleashed Force lightning with renewed fury, the blue-white bolts striking Windu with intensity that lifted him off his feet and sent him flying backward through the shattered window of the office. Mace Windu, one of the greatest warriors in Jedi history, and a master who had served for decades, defending the Republic and the light side of the Force, fell from the tower into the Coruscant cityscape far below. He died not from Sith power, but from Anakin's betrayal, killed by the very person the Jedi had trained and trusted. His death marked the point of no return, the moment when Anakin's fall became irrevocable. There was no walking back from this act, no redemption in the eyes of the order he had just betrayed. Anakin collapsed to his knees, horror and realization crashing over him like a wave. He had just murdered a Jedi Master, betrayed everything he claimed to believe, violated every oath he had taken. The enormity of what he had done threatened to crush him under its weight. But Palpatine, seeing his moment of vulnerability, moved quickly to cement Anakin's allegiance before doubt could lead to regret, and regret to rebellion. He stood over Anakin, no longer playing the role of helpless victim, and spoke with authority that brooked no opposition. He told Anakin that the Jedi would never forgive this act, that they would hunt him as a traitor and execute him if given the chance. His only path forward now was to fully embrace the dark side, to accept the power it offered, and use that power to accomplish his goals. Anakin, lost and desperate and seeing no other option, surrendered completely. He pledged himself to Palpatine's teachings, begged the Sith Lord to help him save Padme, prostrated himself before the man who had manipulated him for over a decade. Palpatine bestowed upon him a new name, marking his transformation with a title that severed his connection to his former identity. He was no longer Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Knight and hero of the Republic. Now he was Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, and apprentice to Emperor Palpatine. The name Vader derived from ancient Sith language, carrying connotations of darkness and power. Some scholars would later suggest it came from the word for father, a grim irony considering the family revelations that lay in his future. But in that moment, the name simply meant transformation, the death of one identity and the birth of another. The first task Palpatine gave his new apprentice would cement Vader's fall beyond any possibility of redemption, and would demonstrate to him that his old life was truly dead. The Emperor, as Palpatine now openly styled himself, having dissolved the Republic and declared himself ruler of a new galactic empire, ordered Vader to lead the 501st Legion to the Jedi Temple. Their mission was simple in concept, but horrifying in execution. Kill every Jedi inside the temple, including the younglings training to become Jedi Knights. Leave no survivors. Eradicate the Order completely. It was genocide, the extinction of an organization that had lasted 10,000 years, and that had dedicated itself to peace and justice throughout the galaxy. And Vader would be the blade that cut them down, would personally murder the people who had been his colleagues, his friends, his teachers. The assignment was designed to test his commitment and to make retreat impossible. Once he entered the temple with hostile intent, once he killed even a single Jedi, there would be no forgiveness and no going back. Operation Nightfall began at nightfall, a darkness both literal and metaphorical descending on the Jedi Temple. Vader led his clone troopers up the temple steps, past the imposing statues of legendary Jedi Masters from ages past, and into the sacred halls where he had trained for over a decade of his life. The 501st Legion, the clone unit that had served under Anakin Skywalker, with fierce loyalty throughout the Clone Wars, followed their general without question. They had received Order 66 from the Emperor, the contingency protocol hidden in their genetic programming that designated all Jedi as traitors to be executed immediately. The clones who had fought beside Jedi generals, who had been saved countless times by their Force-using commanders, who had developed genuine friendships with the warriors they served, turned on those same Jedi without hesitation. The inhibitor chips implanted in their brains during their creation overrode loyalty and reason, transforming them into perfect instruments of the Jedi's destruction. They carried out their orders with mechanical efficiency, feeling nothing as they gunned down Jedi who trusted them right up to the moment the blasters fired. Inside the temple, the Jedi were caught completely off guard by the attack. Some were meditating in the meditation chambers, deep in contemplation and unaware of danger, until it was too late. Others were studying in the archives, surrounded by ancient texts and holocrons containing millennia of accumulated knowledge. Younglings were asleep in their quarters, dreaming of their futures as Jedi Knights, unaware that they had no futures remaining. The temple guards, elite Jedi warriors whose sole duty was protecting the temple, rushed to defend against the assault, but were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and the betrayal they hadn't anticipated. Vader cut through the temple defenders with brutal efficiency, his lightsaber a blur of blue light that left death in its wake. Former friends and colleagues fell to his blade, their faces showing shock and betrayal in their final moments as they recognized the young Jedi Knight they had known as the one killing them. Vader showed no mercy, no hesitation, no recognition of the bonds he was severing with every strike. He had committed fully to the dark side now, embracing the power it offered, and using that power to accomplish his mission, regardless of the cost to his soul. The younglings in the temple's training rooms heard the sounds of battle echoing through the corridors, the screams and the blaster fire that signaled something terrible was happening. Older Jedi tried to protect them, forming defensive positions and attempting to evacuate the children to safety. But the defenses fell one by one as clone troopers and Vader's relentless assault overwhelmed them. When Vader entered the youngling training room, the children looked to him for protection, recognizing him as a Jedi Knight who had often visited the temple and who they believed would help them. One brave child, no more than 6 years old, approached Vader and asked what they should do, how they could help defend the temple. The child's trust and innocence should have broken through Vader's dark side conditioning, should have reminded him of who he had been and what he was becoming. Instead, Vader ignited his lightsaber without a word, the blade's blue glow illuminating his face, and that glow was the last thing many of those children ever saw. The massacre that followed was one of the darkest acts in galactic history, the murder of innocents who had posed no threat, and who had trusted their killer right up to the end. The justification Vader used, the rationalization that allowed him to commit such an atrocity, was that the younglings would grow up seeking revenge, if allowed to live. They would hunt him, would oppose the Emperor, would perpetuate the Jedi Order's opposition to the new regime. By this twisted logic, killing them now was a mercy compared to the future, where they became enemies who would need to be hunted and killed later anyway. It was the dark side's reasoning, turning protection into murder and calling it pragmatism. The massacre continued throughout the night, spreading through every level of the temple as clone troopers systematically cleared room after room. The archives burned, thousands of years of accumulated wisdom going up in flames. Ancient holocrons were destroyed, their knowledge lost forever. The meditation chambers were defiled, spaces that had been sanctified by generations of Jedi contemplation now serving as killing grounds. By morning, the Jedi Temple, once a beacon of hope and wisdom visible across Coruscant, was a tomb containing thousands of bodies. The few Jedi who were off-world during the attack would soon be hunted down by Clone Order 66, the contingency protocol Palpatine had implanted in the clones' minds years earlier when their army was created. Across the galaxy, clone troopers turned on their Jedi generals, executing them without warning, and with perfect synchronization. On Kashyyyk, Commander Gree attempted to kill Master Yoda, but was struck down by the ancient Jedi's superior reflexes. On Megiddo, Ki-Adi-Mundi was gunned down by his own troops while leading a charge. On Felucia, Aayla Secura died in a hail of blaster fire from clones she had fought beside for years. The Jedi Order, which had numbered approximately 10,000 before Operation Nightfall, was reduced to scattered survivors within hours. Most Jedi died that first night, killed either in the temple or by their own troops on distant battlefields. Those who escaped the initial purge went into hiding, abandoning their lightsabers and their identities, trying to disappear into the vast galaxy where the Empire's reach couldn't find them. But Vader and his Inquisitors would hunt them relentlessly, in the years to come, tracking down survivors and eliminating them one by one, until the Jedi became nothing but legend, a story parents told children about ancient peacekeepers who had once defended the galaxy. Vader's second task sent him to Mustafar, the volcanic mining world, where the Separatist Council had taken refuge while waiting for the Clone Wars to conclude. Palpatine had promised these leaders that the war would end with their victory and the Republic's dissolution, allowing them to establish their own government free from Coruscant's control. He had lied. The Separatists had served their purpose in creating the chaos and fear necessary for Palpatine to gain emergency powers and transform the Republic into an empire. Now they needed to be eliminated to consolidate the Emperor's control and remove any alternative power structures that might challenge his authority. The Separatist leaders believed Vader came as an ally, sent by their secret partner, Darth Sidious, to protect them during the final stages of the war's conclusion. They greeted him with relief and hope, explaining their plans for the new government they would establish once Republic forces withdrew from their territories. They spoke of peace and prosperity, of rebuilding their worlds without Republic taxation and regulation, of a future where their systems could govern themselves, without interference from distant bureaucrats who didn't understand their needs. Vader listened in silence, his mind already made over to darkness, and his conscience no longer capable of being moved by their dreams or their trust. When they finished speaking, when they looked to him for reassurance and guidance, Vader drew his lightsaber and ignited it with a snap hiss that echoed through the conference room. The Separatist leaders had perhaps 3 seconds to realize what was about to happen before he began cutting them down, systematically moving through the facility and ending lives with mechanical precision. They ran, they pleaded, they offered him anything he wanted if he would spare them. None of it mattered. Vader killed them all without mercy or hesitation, his lightsaber work efficient rather than elaborate, designed to complete his mission quickly rather than to impress or intimidate. He slaughtered Newt Gunray, the Neimoidian who had started the Clone Wars by blockading Naboo years earlier. He executed Wat Tambor, the Techno-Union representative whose droid factories had produced billions of battle droids. He murdered Poggle the Lesser, the Geonosian who had designed the Death Star's superlaser. One by one, every Separatist leader died on Mustafar, killed by the man they thought was coming to protect them. The Clone Wars officially ended with these executions, though most of the galaxy wouldn't learn the details of how it concluded for years afterward. Vader transmitted a shutdown code to all Separatist droid armies, deactivating billions of battle droids simultaneously across hundreds of worlds. Battles that had been raging moments before simply stopped as the droids powered down in the middle of combat. Republic forces stood confused on battlefields, suddenly silent except for the settling dust and the moans of wounded soldiers. Uncertain what had happened, but grateful the shooting had ceased. Emperor Palpatine addressed the Galactic Senate later that day, declaring the Clone Wars over and the Republic transformed into the Galactic Empire for security and stability. He claimed the Jedi had attempted to overthrow the government and had been stopped by his brave security forces. He presented the Empire as necessary to prevent future conflicts and to maintain peace after years of devastating warfare. Many senators, exhausted by war and desperate for stability, accepted his claims without question. Those who objected or who suspected the truth quickly learned that dissent was no longer tolerated in the new political order. Padme Amidala, senator from Naboo and secretly Anakin's wife, had watched events unfold with growing horror. She had seen the reports of Jedi deaths, received messages from Bail Organa about the temple attack, and witnessed Palpatine's transformation of the Republic into a dictatorship. When Anakin disappeared without explanation, when he didn't answer her communications or return to their apartment, she feared the worst. She traced his location to Mustafar through contacts she had cultivated during years of Senate service, learning that he had traveled to the volcanic world on the Emperor's orders. Desperate and confused by what was happening, Padme piloted her ship to Mustafar, hoping to find her husband and bring him home. When she saw him on the landing platform outside the Separatist facility, she initially felt relief that he was alive and seemingly unharmed. But that relief transformed into horror when he spoke, when he revealed what he had done and what he planned to do. Anakin spoke of overthrowing Palpatine and ruling the galaxy together, of using the Empire's power to reshape civilization according to their vision. His eyes burned with unnatural intensity, reflecting the corruption that had taken root in his soul. She couldn't accept what Anakin had become, couldn't follow him down the path he described with such fervor. She told him this wasn't what she wanted, that the man she loved would never speak of ruling through fear and power. She pleaded with him to stop, to come home, to be the person she had married instead of the monster he was becoming. But Anakin, his mind twisted by the dark side and by fear and rage and the intoxicating rush of unlimited power, saw her refusal as betrayal. When Obi-Wan emerged from her ship, where he had stowed away to confront his former apprentice, Anakin's paranoia erupted into fury. He believed Padme had brought Obi-Wan to kill him, that she had chosen the Jedi over him, that everyone he trusted ultimately betrayed him. None of this was true, but dark side corruption had destroyed his ability to perceive truth from delusion. In a moment of pure rage, amplified by the dark side to levels of power he had never accessed before, Vader used the Force to choke Padme. He reached out with invisible power and crushed her throat, lifting her off her feet and cutting off her ability to breathe. Only Obi-Wan's shouted plea made Vader drop her unconscious form to the landing platform, her body crumpling like a discarded toy. The woman he had fallen to darkness to save now lay injured by his own hand, hurt because of his inability to control his rage. The irony was absolute and terrible. Every action Vader had taken to prevent Padme's death, every terrible choice he had made in service of keeping her alive, had brought that death closer. He had betrayed the Jedi to learn how to save her, but the power he gained through that betrayal was now being used to hurt her. The dark side had promised him everything he wanted, and was now taking it away, revealing itself as the liar it had always been. The duel on Mustafar. Obi-Wan Kenobi faced his former apprentice with a heart full of grief that exceeded any pain he had experienced in his life. He had trained this young man from age 9, fought beside him throughout the Clone Wars, trusted him as a brother, loved him in the way Jedi were permitted to love their Padawans. He had watched Anakin grow from a slave child into a powerful knight, seen him achieve victories and save lives, believed in his potential to become one of the greatest Jedi who ever lived. And now he stood on Mustafar, looking at a man who had murdered children, betrayed everything they believed in, and struck down the woman he claimed to love. The confrontation that followed was not just physical combat, but an emotional crucible, where two warriors expressed their anguish and betrayal through violence. Obi-Wan tried reasoning with Vader first, appealing to whatever remained of Anakin beneath the darkness. He spoke of how Palpatine had deceived him, how the dark side had corrupted his judgment, how he still had a choice to turn back from this path. But Vader was beyond reasoning, his mind consumed by self-justification and rage. He believed Obi-Wan represented the Jedi's hypocrisy, that his former master had come to destroy him, because the Council feared his power. They ignited their lightsabers simultaneously. Blue blades that had fought side by side countless times now turned against each other. The duel began on the landing platform, but quickly moved into the Separatist facility, as Vader pressed his attack with unrelenting aggression. His fighting style had always favored offense over defense, power over finesse, and the dark side amplified these tendencies to extremes. He battered at Obi-Wan's guard with strikes that would have shattered most Jedi's defense, each blow backed by Force-enhanced strength and fueled by hatred that gave him terrible power. But Obi-Wan was a master of Sorsu, the most defensive lightsaber form, perfected through decades of practice and refined through countless battles. He was a wall against which Vader's rage crashed uselessly, deflecting every strike with minimal movement, conserving energy while his opponent exhausted himself through fury. Obi-Wan's defense was not passive but active, constantly flowing and adapting to Vader's attacks, finding openings and weaknesses that he chose not to exploit, because he still hoped to save his former Padawan rather than kill him. They fought through the facility's control rooms and observation decks, their lightsabers leaving scorch marks on walls and slicing through control panels. They force-pushed each other through doors, shattered viewports with telekinetic strikes, and manipulated their environment to gain advantages. The facility's workers fled before them, abandoning their posts to escape the two warriors, who fought with a ferocity that seemed likely to bring the entire structure down. Alarms blared, announcing system failures and structural damage, but neither combatant heard them over the sound of their clashing blades and their own labored breathing. Vader tried every technique he knew, drawing on his extensive training and his combat experience to break through Obi-Wan's defense. He used feints and misdirection, attempting to draw Obi-Wan out of position. He incorporated kicks and punches into his attacks, mixing hand-to-hand combat with his lightsaber work. He called upon the Force to hurl objects at his opponent, using the environment as a weapon. Nothing worked. Obi-Wan had trained him, knew every technique he might use, and countered each attack with practiced ease. The duo moved outside the facility onto platforms suspended over rivers of molten lava that flowed sluggishly through channels carved into Mustafar's surface. The heat was intense, even at a distance, creating shimmering distortions in the air and making breathing difficult. Ash fell like black snow, coating everything in a layer of volcanic residue. The platforms they fought on were designed for maintenance of the facility's collection systems, narrow catwalks and floating platforms that shifted unpredictably under their weight. One misstep, one moment of lost balance, could send a fighter plummeting into the lava below, where death would come within seconds. Vader used the unstable terrain aggressively, force-pushing platforms toward Obi-Wan, or collapsing catwalks beneath his feet. He attempted to drive his former master into the lava, to end this fight through environmental kill rather than through superiority of skill. But Obi-Wan adapted to each challenge, using his Force abilities to leap between platforms, or to stabilize structures that Vader destabilized. The Jedi Master's control was precise, where Vader's was crude, demonstrating the difference between dark side power that relied on emotion and light side technique that flowed from serenity. They ended up on a collection platform that floated down the lava river, carried by the current toward a massive lava fall, where the molten rock plunged into deeper chambers. The platform was built to withstand immense heat, but not prolonged exposure, or the kind of stress that two Force users fighting for their lives placed upon it. It began to break apart beneath them, sections peeling away and falling into the lava, forcing them to jump from one stable section to another while continuing their duel. Vader's overconfidence, the arrogance that had always been his weakness, manifested in his conviction that his power exceeded Obi-Wan's, and that victory was inevitable if he just pressed hard enough. He saw himself as Palpatine's chosen instrument, as the most powerful Force user alive, as destined to rule the galaxy. These beliefs made him reckless, made him take chances that a more cautious fighter would avoid. He believed he could win through aggression alone, that his strength would overcome technique through sheer overwhelming force. The end came suddenly, decided by terrain and timing rather than a dramatic final clash. The collection platform reached the bank of the lava river, lodging against a slope of volcanic rock that allowed both fighters to disembark. Obi-Wan leapt to a black sandbank higher up the slope, taking the high ground that Vader's own teachings had always emphasized as critical in combat. Vader stood on the lower bank, the lava flow behind him, and realized too late that he had allowed himself to be maneuvered into a disadvantageous position. Obi-Wan warned him not to attempt an attack from that position, knowing that any jump would leave Vader vulnerable during the brief moment he was airborne. But Vader, convinced of his superiority and refusing to accept that his former master might still be the better duelist, launched himself upward in a leap that would carry him past Obi-Wan to the higher ground behind him. It was overconfidence, born from years of succeeding through aggressive action, from always being the one who attacked rather than defended. It was the same aggressive instinct that had served him well in countless battles, but that here, in this specific moment against this specific opponent, proved fatal. Obi-Wan, positioned above him with perfect visibility and ideal striking angle, made a single precise cut as Vader jumped. The lightsaber severed Vader's left arm and both legs in one terrible motion, the blade passing through flesh and bone with the hiss of vaporized tissue. Anakin's body fell to the scorched ground in pieces, his limbs ending in burning stumps, his remaining hand clawing at the dark volcanic sand. He rolled down the slope toward the lava, coming to rest at the very edge, where the heat was intense enough to ignite his clothing and begin cooking his flesh. Obi-Wan stood over him, tears streaming down his face, and spoke words that would haunt them both forever. "You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you." The statement was past tense, a eulogy for someone still living, a declaration that the person Anakin had been was now dead, and that what remained was something Obi-Wan didn't recognize. Then Obi-Wan took Anakin's lightsaber, the weapon the young Jedi had crafted himself and carried throughout the Clone Wars, a symbol of everything he had been before darkness consumed him. Obi-Wan walked away, leaving Anakin to burn beside the lava river. Whether this was mercy or cruelty would be debated by historians and philosophers for generations afterward. Some would argue that delivering a killing blow would have been kinder than leaving Anakin to suffer. Others would suggest that Obi-Wan couldn't bring himself to strike down his former Padawan in cold blood, that he hoped the Force would be merciful where he couldn't. The truth, known only to Obi-Wan himself, was that he was simply broken by what had happened, unable to process the enormity of Anakin's betrayal, and unable to make rational decisions about what should happen next. But Anakin didn't die, held to life by sheer rage and by the dark side that fed on his suffering. He lay on that scorched slope as his clothes caught fire and his flesh began to burn, and he screamed. He screamed in physical agony as the lava's heat consumed him, as his skin blackened and blistered, as nerve endings fired in protest at damage beyond anything human biology was meant to endure. He screamed in emotional anguish for everything he had lost through his own choices. Padme, the Jedi, his friendship with Obi-Wan, his very humanity. He screamed his hatred at Obi-Wan for leaving him to die, at Padme for not understanding, at the Jedi for failing him, at the universe itself for the cruelty of his fate. The dark side fed on that hatred, sustained him through pain that should have killed him, kept him alive through sheer rage and will. It was a preview of the life he would live for the next 2 decades, sustained by anger and bitterness, unable to let go of his suffering, because that suffering was all he had left. The dark side had promised him power to save those he loved, and now it kept him alive in agony, when death would have been merciful. Fire and rebirth. Emperor Palpatine felt the disturbance in the Force from across the galaxy, sensing his apprentice's mortal danger, and the possibility that his carefully laid plans might collapse before bearing full fruit. Vader represented more than just a powerful servant in Palpatine's grand scheme. He was the symbol of the Sith's ultimate victory, the greatest of the Jedi transformed into the instrument of their destruction. He was living proof that even the Chosen One could be corrupted, that the prophecy the Jedi had trusted in for millennia had been twisted to serve darkness. Losing Vader now would waste decades of manipulation and would leave Palpatine without the Enforcer. He needed to maintain control over an empire spanning millions of worlds. The Emperor's shuttle departed Coruscant immediately, racing toward Mustafar at maximum speed, with Palpatine using the Force to urge greater performance from the engines and the pilot. Time was critical. Even with dark side power sustaining him, Vader couldn't survive indefinitely with injuries that severe. His body was shutting down, his organs failing, his life essence bleeding away into the Force with every passing moment. If they didn't reach him soon, not even the Emperor's power could preserve him. The shuttle's landing ramp descended into hell itself, into an environment that would have killed most beings within minutes of exposure. The heat radiating from Mustafar's surface created distortions in the air that made it difficult to see clearly. The smell of sulfur and burning rock filled the atmosphere, acrid and choking. Volcanic ash fell constantly, covering everything in a layer of black powder. The Emperor's medical team, sealed in environmental suits, rushed toward the broken figure lying near the lava river, following the coordinates that Imperial probe droids had transmitted after detecting Vader's location. What they found was barely recognizable as human, more charred meat than man, somehow still clinging to life through pure hatred. Vader's flesh had been burned away in many places, revealing muscle and bone beneath. His lungs were scorched from breathing superheated air. His eyes were damaged, though whether permanently remained to be determined. His hair was gone, burned away along with most of his skin. The medical droid's sensors showed vital signs that should have indicated death minutes ago. Yet Vader lived on through strength of will that transcended biological limitations. The medical team stabilized Vader's vital signs with emergency field procedures, working with practiced efficiency, despite the horror of what they were treating. They injected him with powerful painkillers that would have rendered a normal person unconscious, but that barely seemed to register with Vader. They wrapped his burned body in specialized containment materials designed to protect damaged tissue and prevent further fluid loss. They loaded him onto a repulsor stretcher and rushed him back to the shuttle, every moment counting as his body continued its fight against shutting down entirely. The shuttle made the jump to hyperspace, with Emperor Palpatine monitoring Vader's condition personally, standing in the medical bay and watching the readouts that showed his apprentice hovering at the edge of death. The Emperor's thoughts during this journey remain unknown to history, but he must have recognized the irony of the situation he found himself in. He had orchestrated Vader's fall, had manipulated the young Jedi's fears and ambitions to turn him against everything he once believed. Now, having succeeded beyond measure in corrupting the Chosen One, Palpatine faced the possibility that his greatest weapon would die before it could be properly wielded. The shuttle made the jump to hyperspace, with Emperor Palpatine monitoring Vader's condition personally, standing in the medical bay and watching the readouts that showed his apprentice hovering at the edge of death. The Emperor's thoughts during this journey remain unknown to history, but he must have recognized the irony of the situation he found himself in. He had orchestrated Vader's fall, had manipulated the young Jedi's fears and ambitions to turn him against everything he once believed. Now, having succeeded beyond measure in corrupting the Chosen One, Palpatine faced the possibility that his greatest weapon would die before it could be properly wielded. The surgical center on Coruscant had been prepared in advance, equipped with the finest cybernetic technology and staffed by medical experts whose skills were unmatched in the galaxy. Palpatine had requisitioned them weeks earlier, anticipating that Vader might suffer significant injuries during his missions, and wanting to ensure the resources were available to preserve him. The Emperor spared no expense when it came to tools and servants that served his purposes, and Vader was far too valuable to lose to inadequate medical care. The procedure that followed took many hours and represented some of the most complex surgery ever attempted in galactic history. The team worked in shifts, different specialists handling different aspects of the reconstruction, while Palpatine observed from an observation deck above the surgical theater. They weren't just treating injuries, but rebuilding a human being from the ground up, replacing most of his biological systems with mechanical equivalents, while trying to preserve enough organic tissue to maintain his connection to the Force. They amputated what remained of Vader's limbs at the shoulder and hip joints, creating clean interfaces for cybernetic replacements. The prosthetics were state-of-the-art technology, more advanced than anything available commercially, and designed specifically for Vader's physiology. They incorporated neural interfaces that would read signals from his brain and translate them into movement, allowing him to control the artificial limbs as naturally as he had controlled his organic ones. They included pressure sensors and temperature detectors that would provide feedback approximating natural touch, though nothing could truly replicate what he had lost. They grafted synthetic skin over his burned body, covering the damage with material that looked approximately human, but that lacked the elasticity and sensitivity of real flesh. Much of his torso remained a mass of scar tissue beneath the grafts, areas where the damage had been too severe for any reconstruction. These scars would cause him constant pain for the rest of his life, a chronic condition that no amount of medication could fully address. That pain would serve a purpose in Palpatine's design, feeding Vader's connection to the dark side while ensuring he remained dependent on his master for whatever relief could be provided. His lungs were too damaged to function naturally, requiring an external respirator system that would breathe for him continuously for the rest of his life. The breathing apparatus was a complex piece of technology housed in the chest plate of his armor, creating and regulating the atmosphere that Vader's damaged lungs needed. It included filters to remove impurities, humidifiers to add moisture, temperature controls to warm or cool the air, and redundant backups in case the primary system failed. The system created the distinctive mechanical breathing sound that would become Vader's signature, a rhythmic wheeze click that announced his presence before he entered a room, and that would haunt the nightmares of rebels and Imperial officers alike. The armor that would encase Vader was a masterpiece of Imperial engineering, though it was also a prison designed to keep its occupant controlled and dependent. Each piece served multiple functions beyond simple protection. The chest plate housed the respiratory unit and vital monitoring systems that tracked his heart rate, blood pressure, and other key metrics. The shoulder bells contained sensor arrays that enhanced his perception and communications equipment that kept him connected to Imperial command networks. The gauntlets amplified his physical strength through servo motors while allowing precise manipulation through force-enhanced feedback systems. The boots could maglock to metal surfaces and supported his considerable weight even in zero gravity. But the armor was also deliberately limiting, designed with flaws that ensured Vader would always be dependent on Emperor Palpatine. The suit's electronics were vulnerable to force lightning, the Emperor's preferred attack method, and the one Vader had seen used to such devastating effect against Mace Windu and against his own systems during the confrontation in Palpatine's office. This vulnerability guaranteed that Vader could never successfully betray his master, using the traditional Sith method of apprentice overthrowing master. Any attempt at rebellion using direct force attack would result in Vader's own suit failing, and his death within minutes. The constant pain from improperly healed wounds and poorly cushioned cybernetics served another purpose in the Emperor's design. It fed Vader's connection to the dark side, giving him a perpetual source of anger and suffering to draw upon. But it also kept him weak enough to control, preventing him from achieving his full potential in the Force. An Anakin Skywalker who had never been injured on Mustafar might have eventually surpassed Palpatine in power, becoming a threat that needed to be eliminated. Darth Vader, crippled and in constant pain, would always remain subordinate to his master in raw Force strength. The helmet was the final piece of the armor assembly, and in many ways the most significant, psychologically. Its faceted eye lenses gave Vader enhanced vision across multiple spectra, allowing him to see in darkness, through smoke, and in wavelengths invisible to unaugmented human eyes. The internal displays provided tactical information directly in his field of view, showing threat assessments, targeting data, and communication feeds. The angular design was deliberately intimidating, more like a skull than a human face, crafted to inspire fear in all who saw it. When the helmet was sealed onto Vader's head for the first time, cutting off his natural sight and replacing it with mechanical vision, a fundamental transformation completed. The last piece of Anakin Skywalker disappeared behind that black mask. The moment of awakening has been documented extensively in Imperial records, though the emotional content of those records varies depending on who compiled them and when. Vader's systems activated one by one, each coming online with diagnostic checks and status indicators. His mechanical lungs inflated for the first time, the respirator forcing air into his damaged organic lungs with a hiss and a click that would become the rhythm of his remaining life. His visual sensors came online, showing him a world filtered through the helmet's electronic eyes, stark and clinical compared to natural sight. He tried to move and felt not his own flesh responding, but the servo motors and actuators of his artificial limbs, obeying his neural commands, translating thought into mechanical action. He was more machine than man now, trapped inside armor that he would never be able to remove without dying. The realization of what he had become hit him like a physical blow, crushing what little hope remained that he might someday return to any semblance of normal life. He would spend the rest of his existence encased in this metal prison, feeling the world through sensors and feedback systems, rather than through skin and nerve endings, breathing through machines rather than through lungs that functioned naturally. Every moment of every day would be a reminder of what he had lost on Mustafar, of how his own choices had led him to this fate. The first words Vader spoke in his new form were a question that revealed the depth of his self-deception, even in his darkest hour. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? Despite everything he had done, every terrible act committed ostensibly in her name, Vader still believed he could save her. He still clung to the hope that his fall to darkness had served its purpose, that the power he had gained through betrayal would be sufficient to prevent the death he had foreseen in his visions. He didn't yet understand that he had failed completely, that all his efforts had accomplished the opposite of what he intended. Emperor Palpatine delivered the truth with a cruelty that demonstrated why he was considered one of the most evil beings in galactic history. He told Vader that Padme was dead. In his anger, the Emperor explained Vader had killed her. The medical droids on Polis Massa, where Obi-Wan had taken her after fleeing Mustafar, had done everything possible to save her life. But she had lost the will to live after seeing what Anakin had become, after realizing that the man she loved was gone, and that a monster now wore his face. She had given birth to twins before dying, but Palpatine lied about this crucial detail, claiming the children had died with her. The Emperor wanted no complications from potential heirs, no leverage that Vader might someday use against him, or that might motivate his apprentice to seek something beyond service to the Empire. The news shattered Vader completely, destroying the last foundations of who Anakin Skywalker had been. The woman he had betrayed everything to save was dead, killed by his own hand in a moment of rage on Mustafar. The children he hadn't even known about were supposedly gone, his potential family erased before he could know them. Everything he had sacrificed for, every terrible choice he had made in service of preventing Padme's death, had been for nothing. The prophecy he had feared had come true in the worst possible way, not because he failed to act, but because his very actions to prevent it had caused it. The dark side had promised him power to save those he loved, and instead it had taken everything from him. It had twisted his love into possessiveness, his fear into rage, his desire to protect into actions that destroyed. He had murdered children to gain knowledge of how to prevent death, and that knowledge had proven useless, because Padme had died from losing hope, rather than from any physical cause he could have prevented. Every step he had taken toward darkness, every compromise he had made with his conscience, had brought him closer to the fate he most wanted to avoid. What happened next demonstrated the raw power still residing in Vader, despite his injuries and his cybernetic limitations. His anguish erupted in a forced scream of such intensity that it shook the entire medical facility, a psychic shockwave that rippled through the Force and was felt by Force sensitives across Coruscant. Equipment shattered, metal bent, and walls cracked from the pressure of unleashed dark side energy. Medical droids exploded as their circuits overloaded from the electromagnetic pulse. Transparasteel viewports fractured in their frames. The surgical theater was transformed from ordered clinical environment to disaster scene in seconds. Palpatine shielded himself with the Force, watching his apprentices break down with satisfaction rather than concern. This pain, this bottomless well of grief and rage and self-hatred, would fuel Vader's power for decades to come. The Emperor had crafted the perfect servant through years of manipulation, one too broken to hope for redemption, too powerful to challenge directly, and too consumed by self-loathing to ever find peace. Vader would serve because he had nothing else, because the Empire gave him purpose when everything else had been stripped away, because the alternative was confronting the enormity of his crimes and the emptiness of his existence. When the destruction subsided, Vader stood in the wreckage of the surgical theater, his breathing the only sound in the sudden silence. The transformation was complete in every sense. Anakin Skywalker, the child who had dreamed of freeing slaves and becoming the greatest Jedi, was truly dead. In his place stood Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, enforcer of an empire built on tyranny, wearing armor that was equal parts weapon and torture device. His first steps in that armor carried him not toward freedom, but deeper, into the prison of his own making, a prison built from fear and bad choices, and the dark side's promises that turned to ashes, the moment they were fulfilled. The Emperor's enforcer. The early days of the Galactic Empire saw Darth Vader establishing his position as the Emperor's primary enforcer, a role that required eliminating remaining threats to Palpatine's rule, while cementing fear throughout the newly formed Imperial military structure. Vader approached these tasks with mechanical efficiency, his emotions buried beneath layers of armor and dark side conditioning. If he felt anything about killing former comrades or destroying what remained of the Republic he had once served to protect, he showed no outward sign. The armor that encased him seemed to have sealed away not just his damaged body, but also any humanity that might have survived his fall. One of Vader's earliest and most personally significant missions involved hunting down Jedi survivors of Order 66 and Operation Nightfall. While most Jedi had died in the initial purge, either gunned down by their own clone troops or killed in the Temple massacre, some had escaped through luck, skill, or force, warning that allowed them to sense danger before it manifested. These survivors represented a threat to the Empire's narrative that the Jedi had attempted to overthrow the government, and that their extinction was a justified response to treasonous conspiracy. More importantly, to Palpatine, they represented loose ends that needed elimination, potential rallying points for resistance against Imperial rule. Vader became the primary instrument of that elimination, transformed from Jedi Knight into Jedi Hunter, in a perverse inversion of everything he had once believed. The Jedi Temple archives held information on every known Jedi, and their typical operational patterns, detailing their homeworlds, their preferred missions, their known associates, and their areas of expertise. Vader accessed these archives with authorization from the Emperor, using his intimate knowledge of Jedi culture and psychology to predict where survivors might hide or whom they might contact for assistance. He studied the files of masters who had trained him, reviewing their teaching methods and their philosophical approaches to understand how they might behave when forced into hiding. He examined the records of Padawans who had been his friends, knowing which of them had the skills to survive and which would likely make mistakes that would reveal their locations. He reviewed the histories of temple guards who had once greeted him with respect, understanding their tactical training and anticipating how they might attempt to remain hidden from Imperial detection. Now they were all targets, names on a list to be systematically eliminated, and Vader hunted them with the same focus he had once applied to serving the light side of the Force. One of his first major confrontations was with Jocasta Nu, the elderly Jedi who had served as chief librarian of the archives for decades. Master Nu had escaped the temple during Operation Nightfall, warned by the Force just before Vader and his clone troops arrived. She had gone into hiding on Coruscant itself, remaining on the capital world because she believed that proximity to danger offered better concealment than flight. She watched for opportunities to recover critical information from the archives before the Empire could weaponize or destroy millennia of accumulated knowledge. Master Nu had been kind to Anakin during his Padawan years, helping him with research for countless missions and assignments, answering his questions with patience, and pointing him toward resources that would expand his understanding. She had never shown him the distrust that other council members displayed, treating him simply as another student, seeking knowledge. And Vader killed her without hesitation when he tracked her to her hiding place, his lightsaber ending her life with cold efficiency that demonstrated how completely his transformation had progressed. The Inquisitorius program emerged from these early Jedi hunting missions, as Vader recognized that he alone could not locate and eliminate every Jedi survivor, scattered across a galaxy of millions of inhabited worlds. The Empire needed specialized agents trained in the Force, but loyal to Palpatine and willing to betray everything the Jedi had once stood for. The solution was to recruit fallen Jedi, Force sensitives who had survived Order 66, but who could be turned to the dark side through a combination of torture, manipulation, and promises of power and survival. The Grand Inquisitor, a former Jedi temple guard who had fallen to darkness even before the Empire's formation, became the leader of this organization. His identity before his fall remained classified in Imperial records, known only to Vader and Palpatine, but his effectiveness as a hunter was undeniable. Below him served a collection of Inquisitors identified by titles rather than names: Second Sister, Fifth Brother, Seventh Sister, Ninth Sister, and others whose numbers reflected their ranking within the organization rather than any chronological order of recruitment. Vader trained these individuals personally, teaching them aggressive lightsaber techniques that prioritized intimidation and overwhelming offense over the defensive forms favored by traditional Jedi. He demonstrated dark side applications of the Force, showing them how to use their anger and fear to access power that light side discipline would never grant. He pushed them beyond their limits through brutal training regimens that frequently resulted in injuries or psychological breaks, culling those who couldn't adapt to the dark side's demands, and keeping those who demonstrated sufficient strength and commitment. The training established clear hierarchy and ensured the Inquisitors understood their place in the Imperial power structure. They served the Empire, they served the Emperor, and through him, they served Vader. Any Inquisitor who forgot this lesson, who grew too ambitious, or who began to believe their power rivaled their masters, was quickly reminded through a painful example. Vader had no compunctions about killing Inquisitors who overstepped, viewing them as useful tools that could be replaced if they broke or became unreliable. The Inquisitors used specialized lightsabers unlike any weapons seen before in galactic history. These were double-bladed weapons, incorporating technology that allowed the blades to spin like helicopter rotors, creating both offensive capabilities and limited flight through force, generated by the spinning energy blades. The weapons were effective psychological tools as much as practical combat instruments, announcing the Inquisitors' arrival with a distinctive sound and spreading fear among populations that might harbor Jedi survivors. The spinning blades became a symbol of the Inquisitorius, just as Vader's mechanical breathing had become his own calling card, marks of the Empire's enforcement arms that inspired terror across countless worlds. Vader's training methods for the Inquisitors were brutal and unforgiving, designed to break their connection to light side philosophy, while forging them into weapons suitable for the Emperor's purposes. He tested them constantly, pitting them against each other in combat that was often lethal, sending them on missions where failure meant death, and personally dueling them to demonstrate the gap between their power and his. The message was clear. They existed to serve. Their lives held value only so long as they proved useful, and any pretension to independence or equality would be crushed immediately. The Inquisitorius had a high turnover rate as a result of these policies. Inquisitors regularly died in the field, killed by Jedi survivors who proved stronger than anticipated or ambushed by trap situations they couldn't escape. Others were executed by Vader himself for failure, for showing weakness, or simply for being in the wrong place when the Dark Lord needed to vent his perpetual anger on a convenient target. This created an environment of constant terror and competition among the Inquisitors, forcing them to focus their energy on survival and pleasing their masters, rather than on accumulating power that might threaten the established hierarchy. During this period, Vader constructed his own lightsaber to replace the weapon Obi-Wan had taken on Mustafar. That original blade had been with him since his Padawan years, crafted under Obi-Wan's supervision using a kyber crystal he had claimed during his trials. It had been blue, the color associated with Jedi Guardians who focused on combat and protection. Losing it had felt like losing another piece of Anakin Skywalker, another connection to his past, severed by the consequences of his choices on Mustafar. Sith tradition required that a Dark Lord create their weapon through a process fundamentally different from Jedi methods. Rather than finding a crystal that called to them through the Force, Sith took crystals from defeated Jedi and corrupted them through a ritual called bleeding. The process involved pouring one's pain, hatred, and anger into the crystal until it could no longer channel the light side of the Force, until its molecular structure cracked under the pressure of dark side energy and its color shifted from blue or green to blood red. Vader hunted a Jedi Master, specifically for the purpose of obtaining a crystal suitable for bleeding. He tracked the Master to a remote world, following intelligence that an Inquisitor had gathered before being killed by this particular survivor. The Jedi was powerful and experienced, a master duelist who had survived Order 66 through skill and caution. The confrontation that followed tested Vader's abilities in his new cybernetic body, forcing him to adapt his fighting style to accommodate mechanical limitations that his organic body had never faced. The Jedi was faster, more agile, able to leap and spin in ways that Vader's heavy armor prevented. But Vader possessed advantages that offset his physical handicaps. His cybernetic strength exceeded anything biological muscles could generate, allowing him to shatter the Jedi's guard through brute force. His armor made him nearly impervious to glancing strikes that would have wounded flesh. His dark side power, fueled by constant pain and rage, gave him reserves of energy that light side users couldn't match. The duel ended with Vader victorious and the Jedi Master dead, his lightsaber claimed as spoils of war. The bleeding ritual took place in Vader's private chambers, away from observers who might have been disturbed by what they witnessed. Vader held the kyber crystal that had powered his victim's blade, feeling its resonance with the light side of the Force, sensing the harmony and balance it embodied. Then he channeled into the crystal all the rage and grief he carried, every memory of loss and betrayal, every moment of pain from his burned body and his broken heart. He poured in the memory of burning on Mustafar, of feeling his flesh cook while Obi-Wan walked away. He channeled the knowledge of Padme's death, of how his own actions had killed the woman he'd betrayed everything to save. He sent into the crystal his hatred for Obi-Wan, for abandoning him to die, his hatred for Palpatine, for manipulating him into darkness, his hatred for himself, for being weak enough to fall for those manipulations. All of it flowed into the crystal, attacking its structure, breaking its connection to the light. The crystal screamed in the Force, a psychic wail that other Force sensitives across Coruscant would have felt if they had been paying attention. It cracked, its perfect molecular lattice fragmenting under the assault of dark side energy. Its color shifted from blue to red, the transformation reflecting its corruption. When the ritual completed, the crystal no longer sang with light side harmony but pulsed with dark side malevolence. Vader installed it in a lightsaber hilt of his own design, and when he ignited the blade for the first time, it burned with crimson light, a perfect symbol of his transformation from Jedi to Sith. The construction of Vader's castle on Mustafar represented another significant project from his early years as a Sith Lord. one that would reveal hidden lore and darker secrets that most Imperial officials suspected. Most assumed Vader chose Mustafar as a base for logical reasons. Its strategic location, its rich mineral resources, its existing infrastructure from mining operations, its isolation from major trade routes that would minimize unwanted attention. These factors made sense, fitting the pattern of Imperial military installations across the galaxy. But the truth was far more personal and far darker than pragmatic military planning. Vader chose Mustafar because it was where Anakin Skywalker had died, and Darth Vader had been born. It was where he had lost everything that mattered to him. The planet represented his greatest failure, his most painful memories, the site of transformation from man to machine. Most beings would avoid such a place, would want nothing to do with the location of their worst trauma. But Vader embraced it, forcing himself to confront that pain daily, using the constant reminder of his loss to feed his dark side power. There was another reason, one known to very few beings in the galaxy. Mustafar sat on a vergence in the Force, a rare location where the mystical energy field that bound all living things together concentrated with unusual intensity. The planet's natural violence and death, the lava flows that consumed everything in their path, the volcanic eruptions that reshaped the surface regularly, all of this created a nexus of dark side energy that Force sensitives could tap into. More than that, the specific location Vader chose for his fortress was the exact spot where the ancient Sith Lord Darth Vader had once attempted to open a portal to the dark side of the Force itself. The story of the castle's construction has been revealed through Imperial records recovered after the Empire's fall, and through accounts found in Vader's own private archives. Vader possessed a Sith artifact, the Mask of Darth Vader, recovered from Emperor Palpatine's collection of dark side relics. Vader had been an ancient Sith whose philosophy differed from the traditional rule of two established by Darth Bane. He believed in creation through destruction, in using the dark side to craft weapons and architecture that were themselves alive with malevolent power, structures that transcended mere buildings to become focuses and amplifiers of Force energy. When Vader began planning construction of his fortress on Mustafar, he consulted the mask, believing it might contain knowledge useful for his purposes. What he discovered was that Momin's consciousness had survived death by binding itself to his helmet, allowing the ancient Sith to influence and possess those who wore his creation. Vader allowed one of his engineers to be possessed by the mask, using Momin's architectural genius and his knowledge of dark side construction principles to design a fortress that would serve both practical and mystical purposes. The castle that emerged from Momin's designs was unlike any Imperial installation in the galaxy. Its spires and towers were positioned according to ancient Sith principles of Force architecture, principles that most considered superstition, but that Momin had mastered millennia ago. The structure channeled dark side energy from deep within Mustafar's core, concentrating it at specific points throughout the building through geometric arrangements and material choices that resonated with Force currents. The throne room, Vader's meditation chamber, and his private quarters all sat at intersections of these energy flows, creating spaces where the dark side was palpable, even to those without Force sensitivity. Living in the castle was like being immersed in the dark side constantly, bathing in malevolent energy that would have driven most beings mad within days. But Vader found sustenance in that darkness, drawing strength from the nexus his fortress created. The constant exposure amplified his power while feeding his rage, creating a feedback loop that made him stronger, but also more unstable, more consumed by the very darkness he channeled. The construction project was not without complications that revealed the dangers of dealing with ancient Sith artifacts and the spirits bound to them. Momin, working through the possessed engineer, gradually gained more influence over the project until he began implementing designs that served his own purposes rather than Vader's. Momin succeeded in opening the portal, demonstrating that the power he had sought centuries earlier was real and achievable with proper resources and positioning. The gateway manifested in the heart of the fortress, a tear in reality through which dark side energy poured like water through a broken dam. Momin attempted to cross through the portal, abandoning his partnership with Vader, now that he no longer needed the Dark Lord's resources or protection. His ancient spirit began pulling itself into the physical world, reaching toward the resurrection he had sought for so long. Vader destroyed him, demonstrating both ruthlessness and tactical awareness that would characterize his approach to all future dealings with dark side artifacts. He attacked Momin before the resurrection could complete, using his lightsaber and force powers to disrupt the ritual. He cast Momin's spirit back through the portal it had emerged from and sealed the gateway, preventing the ancient Sith from achieving his goal. The confrontation demonstrated several important aspects of Vader's character during this formative period. First, that he was willing to use any tool, even possessed Sith artifacts carrying the consciousness of ancient dark side wielders, to increase his power and accomplish his objectives. Second, that he was not easily manipulated despite his emotional volatility, remaining alert for betrayal even when working with supposed allies. Third, that his ultimate loyalty, however strained and however much he might plot against the Emperor in private moments, remained with Palpatine. Momin had represented a potential alternative master or partnership that might have threatened the Emperor's control, and Vader eliminated that threat without hesitation. The completed fortress became Vader's sanctuary, the one place in the galaxy where he could exist, without the constant presence of Imperial oversight. His private chambers were equipped with specialized atmosphere controls and life support systems that allowed him to remove his helmet and armor for brief periods. The air was precisely calibrated to support his damaged lungs, humidified and temperature controlled to minimize discomfort. These moments of physical relief, rare and brief though they were, represented the closest thing to peace that Vader would experience for the next 2 decades. His meditation chamber was perhaps the most significant room in the entire fortress. It was a sealed sphere that could be pressurized and filled with controlled atmosphere, allowing Vader to sit without his mask while he meditated, recovered, and confronted the demons that haunted his mind. The chamber could open like a mechanical flower, its shell segments separating to reveal Vader, seated in the central chair. The design was both functional and symbolic, showing Vader encased in layers of protection even in his own fortress, hidden from the galaxy, even when he appeared to be exposed. The meditation chamber also served as a communication center where Vader could contact the Emperor or receive reports from across the galaxy. The sphere would remain sealed during these communications when he wore his mask, or would close completely when he chose to remove it for meditation. It was from this chamber that much of the Empire's enforcement activities were coordinated, with Vader receiving intelligence about Jedi survivors, rebel activities, or other threats to Imperial authority and dispatching resources to address them. The relationship between Vader and Emperor Palpatine during this formative period was complex and multi-layered, characterized by mutual need and mutual distrust that defined the Sith tradition of master and apprentice. On the surface, it appeared to be the standard dynamic of master giving orders and apprentice obeying. Palpatine would summon Vader to Coruscant, assign him missions, and dismiss him to carry out those orders. Vader would execute his assignments with efficiency and report back with results. To outside observers, it looked like simple hierarchy. The Emperor directing his enforcer as a commander directs a soldier. But beneath the surface, both parties understood the relationship's true nature and the deadly game they played. Palpatine kept Vader deliberately weakened through the armor's design, through psychological manipulation that constantly reminded him of his failures, and through withholding knowledge that might make him stronger. The Emperor would dangle the possibility of further dark side secrets, implying that he possessed techniques that could reduce Vader's pain or increase his power if he proved worthy through service and loyalty. These promises kept Vader compliant, while ensuring he remained focused on pleasing his master rather than plotting rebellion. Vader, for his part, nursed a hatred for the Emperor that grew with each passing year, fed by his constant pain and by the understanding that Palpatine had manipulated him into darkness. He fantasized regularly about overthrowing his master, about claiming the Empire for himself, and ruling the galaxy according to his own vision, rather than serving someone else's ambitions. But he lacked the means to achieve this goal through direct confrontation. The suit's vulnerability to Force lightning made attacking the Emperor suicidal. Any attempt at rebellion would need to be subtle, building power bases and resources over years or decades, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Both Sith Lords understood. They were locked in a deadly dance, dictated by the rule of two. Palpatine needed Vader as his enforcer and symbol of power, but couldn't allow him to grow strong enough to become a genuine threat. Vader served because he had nowhere else to go, and nothing else to live for, but he waited for any opportunity to break free from his chains. It was the Sith principle made manifest. There must be only two Sith at any time, a master to embody power and an apprentice to crave it, locked in the eternal conflict where the apprentice either eventually overthrows the master or dies trying. The years between the formation of the Empire and the Battle of Yavin were marked by Vader's relentless pursuit of Jedi survivors and his systematic elimination of any remaining threats to Imperial authority. He became the Emperor's most feared weapon, appearing wherever resistance flared or wherever Force sensitives attempted to hide. His reputation grew with each successful mission, transforming from military commander into legend, from Dark Lord into living nightmare that haunted the dreams of anyone who dared oppose the Empire. The construction of the Death Star proceeded according to schedule during this period, though few knew the battle station's true purpose or the scale of destruction it was designed to deliver. The project had been conceived decades earlier by the Separatists, designed by Geonosian engineers who specialized in creating weapons of mass destruction. But Palpatine had claimed the designs for himself, seeing potential to create not just a weapon, but a symbol of absolute power that would make resistance psychologically impossible. A space station capable of destroying entire planets would serve as the ultimate threat, ensuring compliance through fear of annihilation. Vader oversaw aspects of the Death Star's construction, particularly the super laser weapon system that gave the station its destructive capability. He coordinated with Imperial engineers, eliminated design flaws, and ensured that security measures prevented rebel infiltration or sabotage. The project consumed vast resources, requiring mining operations across dozens of systems and manufacturing facilities on hundreds of worlds. The scale was unprecedented in galactic history, a construction project that dwarfed anything attempted before. But Vader's attention was divided during this period by personal investigations he conducted in secret, hidden from the Emperor's knowledge. He had begun searching for information about Padmé's death, trying to understand exactly what had happened on Polis Massa after Obi-Wan had taken her there from Mustafar. The Emperor had told him she died from losing the will to live after seeing what Anakin had become, that the children had died with her. But something about that explanation never sat right with Vader, some instinct that suggested he wasn't receiving the complete truth. His investigations were cautious and subtle, conducted through intermediaries who didn't know why they were gathering information. He accessed medical records from Polis Massa, looking for details about Padmé's condition and treatment. He traced the movements of those who had been present during her final hours, including Bail Organa of Alderaan, who had helped Obi-Wan and Yoda escape after Order 66. He found fragments of information, pieces that didn't quite fit together, gaps in records that suggested deliberate concealment. The truth remained elusive, hidden by those who understood that Vader learning about his children would reshape galactic power dynamics in unpredictable ways. Obi-Wan had taken Luke to Tatooine, giving him to Owen and Beru Lars to raise as their nephew. Bail Organa had adopted Leia, bringing her to Alderaan, where she would grow up as a princess and eventually become a senator like her mother. The separation protected both children, ensuring that if one was discovered, the other might remain hidden. More importantly, it kept them from Vader's knowledge and from the Emperor's manipulations. The Battle of Yavin shattered 19 years of Imperial dominance and changed everything for Vader, in ways he couldn't have anticipated. The Death Star, the Emperor's ultimate weapon and symbol of absolute power, was destroyed by a single rebel starfighter that exploited a weakness in the station's design. The pilot was a young man from Tatooine, a farm boy with no formal military training, but with apparent skills that exceeded any reasonable explanation. The shot he made was impossible by any conventional standard, requiring precision that even advanced targeting computers couldn't achieve. Vader had been at the Battle of Yavin, flying his custom TIE advanced fighter and leading the attack against rebel starfighters attempting to destroy the Death Star. He had pursued the attacking rebels through the station's trench, shooting down their escorts, closing in for the kill on the ship making the final attack run. He had the targeting solution, had the rebel pilot lined up perfectly, his finger on the trigger to destroy the threat. Then, another ship, piloted by a smuggler named Han Solo, in what seemed like a suicidal attack run, had collided with one of Vader's wingmen, sending both TIE fighters spinning out of control and forcing Vader to break off his attack. In those critical seconds, while Vader recovered control of his damaged fighter, the rebel pilot fired the shot that destroyed the Death Star. 2 proton torpedoes launched into the thermal exhaust port, traveling down the narrow shaft to the station's main reactor. The resulting explosion consumed the entire battle station within seconds, killing hundreds of thousands of Imperial personnel and destroying years of construction work. Vader escaped in his TIE fighter, spiraling away from the explosion, watching through his viewport as Palpatine's ultimate weapon was reduced to expanding debris field. The loss was catastrophic for the Empire, both materially and psychologically. Materially, they had lost an investment of countless credits and resources, lost a weapon that had taken decades to construct, lost hundreds of thousands of trained personnel, including military leadership and technical specialists who couldn't be easily replaced. Psychologically, they had lost the aura of invincibility, had demonstrated that the Empire could be beaten through courage and skill, had inspired hope in those who had believed resistance was futile. For Vader personally, the battle raised questions that consumed his thoughts in the days and weeks that followed. The pilot who destroyed the Death Star had displayed abilities that suggested force sensitivity, reacting to threats with preternatural awareness, and making the impossible shot that conventional training couldn't explain. Vader had felt something during the battle, some presence in the Force that seemed familiar, though he couldn't identify why. The feeling lingered, an itch at the back of his mind that demanded investigation. He accessed the debriefing records and intelligence reports, searching for information about the pilot who had made that shot. The rebels had escaped Yavin before Imperial reinforcements could arrive, but Imperial intelligence had managed to identify some of the personnel involved in the attack. The pilot who destroyed the Death Star was named Luke Skywalker, a 19-year-old from Tatooine who had recently joined the rebellion. The surname struck Vader like a physical blow, a connection he couldn't ignore and couldn't explain except through possibilities he didn't want to consider. He investigated further, deploying probe droids and intelligence assets to gather information about this Luke Skywalker. The reports that came back painted a picture of a farm boy raised by Owen and Beru Lars, moisture farmers on the edge of the Dune Sea. The boy had apparently left Tatooine with Obi-Wan Kenobi shortly before the Death Star destroyed Alderaan, then ended up joining the rebellion after Kenobi's death during a rescue mission. The timeline aligned with events Vader knew about, connections forming that led to a conclusion he found almost impossible to believe. Padme had been pregnant when she died. The Emperor had told Vader that the children died with her, that he had lost not just his wife, but any family they might have built together. But what if Palpatine had lied? What if the children had survived, hidden by Obi-Wan and others who knew what Anakin had become? What if this Luke Skywalker, this pilot who had displayed Force ability strong enough to destroy the Death Star, was his son? The possibility obsessed Vader, dominating his thoughts to the exclusion of nearly everything else. He conducted his investigations in secret, hiding his search from the Emperor, who would see Luke as either a threat to be eliminated or an opportunity to replace Vader with a younger, undamaged apprentice. He deployed probe droids across the galaxy, searching for any sign of rebel bases or Luke specifically. He monitored communications, hoping to intercept messages that might reveal Luke's location or activities. He became consumed by the need to find this young pilot and confirm the truth one way or another. The confirmation came eventually through multiple sources that all pointed to the same conclusion. Luke Skywalker was indeed Anakin's son, born shortly before Padme's death and hidden on Tatooine under Obi-Wan's protection. The discovery should have filled Vader with joy at learning his child had survived, but instead, it ignited a complex mixture of emotions. Rage at the Emperor for lying to him, denying him knowledge of his own son for 19 years. Grief for the lost years, when he could have known Luke, could have raised him, could have been a father rather than a monster. An obsessive determination to find Luke, to convert him to the dark side, to rule the galaxy together as father and son in the partnership Vader had once imagined with Padme. This obsession drove many of Vader's decisions over the following years. He deployed resources that might have been better used on strategic Imperial objectives, directing them instead toward finding the rebellion, and specifically toward capturing Luke alive. He pushed his subordinates relentlessly, demanding results and punishing failure with a brutality that exceeded even his normal standards. The hunt for Luke Skywalker became Vader's primary purpose, overshadowing his duties as Imperial enforcer and consuming his thoughts during every waking moment. Death Squadron and the Executor. The construction of the Super Star Destroyer. Executor represented the Empire's response to the Death Star's destruction and Vader's reward for his continued service despite that catastrophic defeat. At 19 kilometers in length, the Executor-class vessel dwarfed even the massive Imperial Star Destroyers that formed the backbone of the Imperial Navy. Its construction required resources that could have built a dozen normal Star Destroyers, mobilizing shipyards and manufacturing facilities across multiple sectors. Emperor Palpatine spared no expense when it came to tools that served his purposes, and the Executor was designed to serve as both Vader's mobile command center and a symbol of Imperial might that would restore fear after the Death Star's loss. The ship's specifications were staggering by any standard of measurement. It carried a crew of over 250,000 personnel, including naval officers, stormtroopers, TIE fighter pilots, technical specialists, and support staff. Its hangars could accommodate multiple TI fighter wings, totaling over 1,000 fighters, ground assault vehicles ranging from AT-AT walkers to scout speeders, prefabricated garrison bases that could be deployed to occupied worlds, and even smaller capital ships for specialized missions. The weapons arrays included more than 5,000 turbolasers and ion cannons distributed across the hull, enough firepower to reduce an entire planet's orbital defense grid to debris within hours of sustained bombardment. But the Executor's true weapon? the asset that made it more dangerous than any amount of turbolasers or fighters, was the presence of Darth Vader himself. When that massive wedge-shaped hull emerged from hyperspace above a rebel world, or a system considering defection from Imperial authority, resistance often crumbled before a single shot was fired. The ship's arrival announced that Vader had come personally, that the time for negotiation and mercy had passed, that the Empire's ultimate enforcer now directed his attention to this target. Entire planetary governments had surrendered to Imperial control simply to avoid having the Executor in their orbit, understanding that Vader's presence meant death and destruction on scales they couldn't hope to survive. Vader's quarters aboard the Executor occupied a substantial section of the command tower, a private domain that few were permitted to enter, and fewer still departed alive if they witnessed what transpired within. His meditation chamber, identical in design to the one in his Mustafar fortress, sat at the center of his private deck. The spherical chamber could seal completely, creating an environment where Vader could remove his armor for brief periods of meditation and recovery. Surrounding it were conference rooms where he conducted interrogations, tactical planning chambers where he coordinated military operations, and direct communication arrays that connected him to Imperial command networks spanning the galaxy. From this mobile fortress, Vader coordinated much of the Empire's enforcement activities during the years following the Death Star's destruction. He received intelligence reports about Jedi survivors, rebel activities, political dissent, criminal organizations, and any other threats to Imperial authority. He analyzed this information, prioritized targets, and deployed resources from Death Squadron or from other Imperial assets to address identified threats. His tactical acumen, honed through years of combat during the Clone Wars, made him devastatingly effective at anticipating enemy movements and positioning Imperial forces to maximum advantage. Admiral Firmus Piet commanded the Executor's bridge crew, a position he inherited after his predecessor's fatal incompetence during the hunt for the Millennium Falcon. Admiral Ozzel had made the catastrophic mistake of dropping the Executor out of hyperspace too close to the Hoth system, alerting the rebels to Imperial presence and giving them time to activate their planetary shield and prepare evacuation procedures. The error cost the Empire the element of surprise and guaranteed that many rebels would escape the assault. Vader had force-choked Ozzel to death for this failure, his mechanical hand closing into a fist, while Ozzel clutched at his throat and collapsed on the bridge, dead before his body hit the deck. Piet, who had been Ozzel's second-in-command, was promoted on the spot to fill the vacancy. The promotion came with Vader standing over Ozzel's corpse, the implication clear: succeed or die, perform or be replaced, meet the Dark Lord's expectations, or join the growing list of officers who had failed him. Piet proved to be an excellent commander, demonstrating the tactical acumen and attention to detail that Vader valued. He anticipated Vader's needs, executed orders with precision, and maintained the Executor's operational readiness at levels that exceeded Imperial Navy standards. Their professional relationship, while hardly warm, functioned with remarkable efficiency. Piet feared Vader, as any sane person would after watching his predecessor murdered for tactical mistakes. But he also developed a grudging respect for the Dark Lord's military brilliance and his willingness to lead from the front, rather than directing operations from safety. Vader, in turn, valued Piet's competence and reliability, treating him with more courtesy than he showed most officers, and refraining from the casual brutality he inflicted on those who disappointed him. The bridge crew of the Executor lived in constant terror of attracting Vader's attention or making mistakes in his presence. They had watched colleagues die for errors that other commanders might have punished with demotions or reprimands, but that Vader considered worthy of execution. The sound of his mechanical breathing approaching the bridge was enough to make junior officers check and recheck their stations, ensuring every system showed optimal status. Every reading fell within acceptable parameters. Every duty was being performed to perfection. The The mere possibility of disappointing Vader could end careers or lives, creating pressure that drove some officers to excellence and others to nervous breakdowns. Yet this terror created unexpected results in terms of operational efficiency. The Executor's crew was arguably the best in the Imperial Navy, not necessarily because they were more talented than crews on other vessels, but because they knew mediocrity meant death. They worked harder, trained longer, maintained their systems to perfection, and performed their duties with levels of dedication that other ships couldn't match, because the alternative was meeting Vader's displeasure. The Dark Lord's reputation as a merciless taskmaster thus became a tool that honed the fleet under his command into the most effective fighting force the Empire possessed. Death Squadron, the task force Vader commanded from the Executor, represented the Empire's most elite naval units. These Star Destroyers and their crews had been hand-picked for effectiveness and loyalty, selected from thousands of candidates to serve directly under the Dark Lord. They formed Vader's personal fleet, executing missions that required both overwhelming force and absolute discretion. When Death Squadron arrived at a system, it meant that location had drawn the Empire's undivided hostile attention, that the time for warnings and diplomatic solutions had expired, that Vader himself now directed Imperial power toward eliminating whatever threat existed there. The Battle of Hoth demonstrated Death Squadron's capabilities and Vader's tactical brilliance, while also revealing his growing obsession with capturing Luke Skywalker. The Rebel Alliance had established Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth, believing the remote location in the Outer Rim would keep them hidden from Imperial detection. The cold, the isolation, the lack of strategic value all made Hoth seem like the perfect hiding place, somewhere the Empire would never think to search, even if they suspected Rebel presence in that sector. They were wrong. Imperial probe droids scoured the galaxy constantly, following up on any anomalous readings or suspicious activities that might indicate Rebel presence. One such droid eventually identified energy signatures on Hoth's surface that suggested a power generator far too large for the climate research station the Rebels claimed to be operating. The droid transmitted its findings before being destroyed by Rebel security forces, and that transmission reached Vader within hours. He immediately recognized the significance and redirected Death Squadron toward Hoth, determined to crush the Rebel base, and more importantly, to capture the young Rebel pilot who had destroyed the Death Star. Vader personally led the assault on Hoth, commanding operations from the Executor's bridge, while ground forces attacked the base. His strategy was characteristically direct: deploy overwhelming ground forces through planetary assault, while maintaining orbital blockade to prevent escape. The massive AT-AT walkers that stomped across Hoth's frozen surface toward Echo Base were instruments of psychological warfare as much as military hardware. Their slow, inexorable advance conveyed inevitable doom, demonstrating that the Rebels faced power they couldn't hope to match, breaking defender morale before weapons even came into effective range. The Rebels managed to evacuate most of their personnel thanks to their planetary shield, which prevented orbital bombardment and forced the Empire to assault on the ground, where the defenders had time to conduct evacuation procedures. Transport ships launched one after another, each covered by Rebel starfighters that sacrificed themselves to ensure the transports escaped. But Vader's true objective was not capturing the base or killing every Rebel soldier. His goal was capturing Luke Skywalker, and everything else was secondary to that purpose. He descended to the surface personally during the assault, leading a force of stormtroopers into the base while the battle still raged outside. He searched the abandoned corridors and command centers, using the Force to sense for any remaining presence that might be Luke. He found only evacuating rebels and scattered resistance, fighting through them with brutal efficiency, leaving bodies in his wake as he pursued his quarry. But Luke had escaped on one of the transports, slipping through Vader's grasp despite the elaborate trap. The frustration Vader felt at this failure manifested in increased aggression toward his subordinates and toward the rebel prisoners captured during the assault. He conducted interrogations personally, using force techniques, to extract information about Luke's location and rebel operations. Some prisoners broke under the pressure, revealing what they knew before dying from the strain of having Vader tear through their minds. Others resisted, holding on to their secrets even as the Dark Lord shattered their sanity. Vader learned fragments of information, but nothing that led him directly to Luke. The trap at Cloud City. The decision to hire bounty hunters represented a departure from standard Imperial procedure and demonstrated Vader's willingness to use any resource, regardless of how unseemly, to accomplish his objectives. He assembled a group of the galaxy's most effective hunters, individuals whose reputations for tracking and capturing difficult targets exceeded anything Imperial intelligence had achieved. The lineup included Boba Fett, whose father Jango had provided the genetic template for the clone army. Also present were Bosk, a Trandoshan, whose species were natural hunters, IG-88, an assassin droid whose programming made it nearly perfect at killing and capturing, Dengar, a human hunter whose cybernetic enhancements gave him advantages in tracking, 4-Halam, a protocol droid reprogrammed for bounty hunting, and Zuckuss, who used ancient mysticism combined with modern technology. Vader offered substantial rewards for capturing the Millennium Falcon, knowing that Han Solo captained the ship and that Solo was one of Luke's closest allies. The strategy was simple: capture Solo and use him as bait to draw Luke into a trap. Luke's attachment to his friends, his unwillingness to abandon those in danger, would compel him to attempt rescue. And when he arrived, Vader would be waiting to capture his son and begin the process of turning him to the dark side. Boba Fett distinguished himself from the other hunters through a combination of patience, intelligence, and strategic thinking that most bounty hunters lacked. While others relied on brute force or advanced technology to overwhelm their targets, Fett employed cunning and careful planning. He understood that the Millennium Falcon's hyperdrive had been damaged during the Battle of Hoth, and predicted they would need to hide rather than run. When the Falcon fled into an asteroid field with the Imperial fleet in pursuit, most assumed they would eventually emerge and try to reach a safe port for repairs. But Fett anticipated different tactics from Solo, who had a reputation for unconventional thinking and for doing exactly what enemies wouldn't expect. He positioned his ship, Slave Y, among the Star Destroyers being released before the Imperial fleet jumped to hyperspace to begin searching other systems. When the Millennium Falcon emerged from hiding attached to the side of a Star Destroyer's command tower, floating away with the garbage as Solo had hoped would mask their departure, Fett was watching. He followed them undetected as they traveled to Cloud City on Bespin, tracking them through hyperspace and arriving shortly after they docked. Fett informed Vader of the Falcon's location, earning the Dark Lord's professional respect for competence that other hunters hadn't demonstrated. This success would establish Fett's reputation as the premier bounty hunter in the galaxy and would lead to future employment by Vader and the Empire. For now, it gave Vader exactly what he needed: knowledge of where Luke's friends had gone and the opportunity to set an elaborate trap. Cloud City was a mining colony suspended in Bespin's upper atmosphere, harvesting valuable Tibanna gas used in weapons manufacturing and spacecraft systems. The city was administered by Lando Calrissian, a gambler and former smuggler who had won control of the facility in a card game years earlier. Lando was an old friend of Han Solo, someone the Falcon's crew believed they could trust for safe harbor and assistance with repairs. Vader used that friendship against them, arriving at Cloud City before the Millennium Falcon and coercing Lando into cooperating with Imperial plans. The trap Vader orchestrated at Cloud City represented one of his most calculated operations, demonstrating tactical planning and psychological manipulation that exceeded anything he had attempted before. He didn't just want to capture Solo and Leia Organa to use as bait for Luke. He wanted to prepare a specific environment that would maximize his advantage when Luke arrived, testing equipment and procedures that would be used on his son. The carbon freezing chamber was selected for this purpose, an industrial facility normally used to freeze Tibanna gas for transport, but adaptable for organic subjects with proper calibration. Vader intended to freeze Luke in carbonite once captured, preserving him in hibernation for transport to the Emperor, while preventing escape or suicide attempts during transit. But the process had never been tested on humans, and Vader needed to confirm it wouldn't kill the subject before using it on Luke. Han Solo became the test subject, frozen in carbonite while his friends watched helplessly. The process was brutal, involving immersion in carbonite solution that hardened around the subject, trapping them in suspended animation. Solo was lowered into the freezing chamber, the platform descending into the pit, while steam rose around him. Leia called out that she loved him, perhaps the first time she had admitted her feelings openly, and Solo responded with characteristic confidence, even in the face of certain doom. "I know." Then the carbonite engulfed him, hardening into a solid block with Solo's face frozen in an expression of agony, his hands outstretched as if trying to claw his way free. Vader's response to the successful test was characteristically cold. "He's all yours, bounty hunter." He handed Solo over to Boba Fett without hesitation, payment for services rendered and the elimination of one variable from the situation he faced. Solo's fate, whether he lived or died in carbonite, was irrelevant to Vader's purposes now that the freezing process had been confirmed safe for use on Luke. Lando protested weakly, concerned about what this meant for his own bargain with the Empire, but Vader made clear that the arrangement was being altered continuously, and that Lando would comply or share Solo's fate. When Luke finally arrived at Cloud City, walking into Vader's trap exactly as predicted, the stage was set for the first real confrontation between father and son since Luke's birth. Vader felt Luke's presence through the Force, sensing his son's approach through the facility and understanding that the moment he had been planning for had finally arrived. Luke came armed and determined, having sensed his friend's danger through the Force, and unable to ignore their need, despite Yoda and Obi-Wan's warnings that he wasn't ready to face Vader. The lightsaber duel that followed was never about killing Luke, despite appearances to the contrary. Every strike Vader made, every Force push and environmental hazard he created, was designed to test his son's abilities and push him toward emotional extremes, where the dark side could take root. Vader wanted to demonstrate the power gap between them, wanted to show Luke that resistance was futile, wanted to break down his son's confidence in his Jedi training so he would be receptive to alternative philosophies. The carbon freezing chamber battle showcased the enormous skill disparity between them. Luke had minimal formal training, having spent only a brief period with Obi-Wan, learning basic lightsaber techniques, and a slightly longer time with Yoda on Dagobah, developing his Force abilities. He was brave and determined, but he lacked the experience and refined technique that came from years of practice. Vader had decades of experience, mastery of multiple lightsaber forms, and the enhanced physical strength of his cybernetic body. He could have ended the duel at any moment, but that would have served no purpose beyond eliminating a potential apprentice. Vader led Luke through the industrial sections of Cloud City, using the environment as both weapon and obstacle course. He threw machinery at his son with telekinetic force, testing Luke's ability to defend against Force attacks. He collapsed catwalks beneath Luke's feet, evaluating his son's reflexes and his ability to recover from sudden dangers. He demonstrated power that should have been overwhelming, showing Luke that he faced an opponent beyond anything he had trained to combat. Yet Luke survived each challenge, his desperation and determination pushing him beyond what his limited training should have allowed. Vader recognized in Luke's performance the same raw talent that Anakin Skywalker had once possessed before Mustafar's flames had burned away his potential. He saw his son make intuitive leaps in combat, anticipating attacks through force precognition, and responding with techniques Luke couldn't possibly have learned in his brief training. The potential was obvious, the strength in the Force undeniable, and Vader became increasingly convinced that Luke could be turned, that father and son could rule the galaxy together, as he had once imagined doing with Padme. The revelation came at the climax of their duel, in one of the most iconic moments in galactic history. Vader had severed Luke's hand, the same injury he had inflicted on Count Dooku years earlier, and a mirror of what Obi-Wan had done to him on Mustafar. Luke hung from a weather vane on the underside of Cloud City, disarmed in both literal and figurative senses, defeated and helpless. Below him lay an infinite drop into Bespin's lower atmosphere, where he would fall until the pressure and heat killed him. Luke shouted that Vader had killed his father, repeating the story Obi-Wan had told him about Darth Vader murdering Anakin Skywalker. It was the moment Vader had been building toward, the instant where truth would shatter Luke's worldview and make him vulnerable to the dark side's seduction. Vader spoke 4 words that changed everything. "No, I'm your father." The revelation hit Luke like a physical blow, destroying every assumption he had made about his origins and his father's fate. The man he had been taught to hate, the Dark Lord who had hunted him and murdered his friends, was his own father. Everything Obi-Wan had told him was a lie, or at least a deception so profound that it amounted to the same thing. The galaxy made no sense anymore. His identity was shattered, and he had no framework for understanding what this meant. Vader pressed his advantage immediately, not giving Luke time to process or recover. He offered Luke power, promised they could destroy the Emperor and rule the galaxy as father and son, claimed it was Luke's destiny to join him. It was the same seduction Palpatine had used on Anakin 23 years earlier. The promise of power combined with a suggestion that fate demanded this path. Vader genuinely believed his offer represented Luke's best option, that together they could overthrow Palpatine and establish a new order that would be better than what the Emperor had created. Luke's response defined his character and proved he was fundamentally different from his father, despite their shared bloodline. Rather than accept Vader's offer, rather than give in to the temptation of power and the easier path of joining his father, Luke chose to fall. He released his grip on the weather vane and dropped into the shaft, willing to die rather than turn to the dark side. It was a choice Anakin Skywalker had never made when offered power by Palpatine, a rejection of darkness even when darkness seemed like the only path forward. Vader stood at the window watching his son fall, feeling something he had not experienced in years: uncertainty. His plan had failed spectacularly. Luke had chosen death over the dark side, demonstrating strength of character that Vader had lost decades ago. As Luke was pulled into the Millennium Falcon's tractor beam and escaped with the help of Lando and Chewbacca, Vader returned to his meditation chamber, his thoughts churning with questions that had no easy answers. He had found his son only to lose him immediately. He had offered Luke everything and been rejected completely. He had tried to begin Luke's turn to the dark side and instead witnessed his son's commitment to the light. The failure stung, not just because it represented a tactical defeat, but because it forced Vader to confront uncomfortable truths about himself. Luke had made the choice Anakin couldn't make when faced with similar temptation. His son was stronger than he had been, more committed to principles than Vader had ever managed to be. The comparison was damning, and Vader felt it like a knife to whatever remained of his conscience. The second Death Star and final confrontation. The period between the Battle of Hoth and the Battle of Endor saw Vader's internal conflict intensifying to levels that threatened his service to the Emperor. He remained obsessed with finding Luke, with converting his son to the dark side, but now that obsession was complicated by doubts he couldn't quite suppress. Luke's refusal to join him, his willingness to die rather than embrace the dark side, had planted seeds of uncertainty in Vader's mind. For over 2 decades, he had justified his service to the Empire and his terrible acts by telling himself he had made the only logical choice. That power was the solution to all problems, that the ends justified any means. But Luke had demonstrated an alternative, had shown that some principles mattered more than survival or power. The example troubled Vader in ways he couldn't articulate, creating cognitive dissonance between his justifications for his choices and the evidence that different choices were possible. He tried to suppress these doubts through meditation and through immersion in the dark side energy of his Mustafar fortress, but they persisted, gnawing at the certainty that had sustained him through years of service to Palpatine. Construction of the second Death Star proceeded in orbit around Endor's forest moon, another attempt to create the ultimate weapon after the first station's destruction. The Emperor took personal interest in this project, determined to avoid the design flaws that had led to the first Death Star's vulnerability. The new station was larger, more powerful, and supposedly impervious to the kind of small fighter assault that had destroyed its predecessor. But Palpatine's plans went beyond merely building a replacement weapon. He intended to use the second Death Star as bait to lure the Rebel Alliance into a trap that would destroy them completely. Vader oversaw aspects of the construction, ensuring the super laser weapon system received priority and that security measures prevented Rebel infiltration, but his heart wasn't fully in the work anymore, a lack of commitment that would have been unthinkable years earlier. His thoughts kept returning to Luke, to their confrontation on Cloud City, to the choice his son had made to fall rather than turn. The memory haunted him, forcing comparisons to his own choices at similar crossroads, and those comparisons increasingly painted Vader in unflattering light. The Emperor's plans for Luke differed fundamentally from Vader's hopes and created new tensions in their relationship. Palpatine saw Luke as a potential replacement apprentice, recognizing that the young Jedi was strong in the Force and uncorrupted by the kind of injuries that limited Vader's potential. The Emperor's manipulation of Vader had been successful for over 2 decades, but even Palpatine understood that Vader's physical limitations prevented him from achieving the power Anakin Skywalker might have reached without Mustafa's flames. Luke, whole and strong, represented an opportunity to upgrade from a crippled apprentice to one who might eventually become the most powerful Sith in history. Vader understood this dynamic and feared his own replacement, knowing that if Palpatine succeeded in converting Luke, the Emperor would have no further use for his current apprentice. The only way to prevent this outcome was to convert Luke himself, presenting Palpatine with a situation where father and son stood together, making Vader necessary as Luke's teacher and guide in the dark side. This calculation added urgency to Vader's obsession, while also complicating his feelings about his son. He wanted to save Luke from the Emperor's plans, but his method of salvation involved damning Luke to the same darkness that had consumed Vader himself. The Battle of Endor brought these conflicts to their inevitable crisis point. The Emperor revealed to Vader that Luke would come to the forest moon, that he would surrender to Imperial forces in a misguided attempt to redeem his father. Palpatine's plan was elegant in its cruelty. Luke would witness the destruction of the rebel fleet that represented the last hope for the Empire's defeat, would watch his friends die in a trap they couldn't escape, and his anger and desperation would lead him to strike at the Emperor in rage. That moment of dark side anger would be the opening Palpatine needed to break Luke's will and claim him as his new apprentice. Vader accompanied the Emperor to Endor, knowing that the coming confrontation might end with his own death if Palpatine succeeded in turning Luke. He stood on the landing platform as their shuttle touched down, his presence both military necessity and psychological warfare, designed to intimidate the moon's garrison into perfect performance. When sensors detected Luke approaching the shield generator bunker, Vader felt his son's presence in the Force immediately, that familiar connection that had been growing stronger since their confrontation on Cloud City. Vader ordered a battalion of the Emperor's finest troops to capture Luke alive, wanting to bring his son before Palpatine personally rather than risk his death in combat with soldiers who might not recognize him. The capture proceeded smoothly, with Luke surrendering without resistance, as if he had accepted whatever fate awaited. Vader couldn't sense deception in his son's submission, only determination and a certainty that troubled the Dark Lord. Luke believed he could save his father, thought that there was still good in Darth Vader waiting to be awakened. The naivety would have been touching if it weren't so dangerous. The shuttle ride to the Death Star remains one of the most emotionally charged confrontations between father and son, despite occurring largely in silence. They sat across from each other in the shuttle's passenger compartment, one hidden behind black armor and mechanical breathing, the other openly pleading with earnest eyes and words of hope. Luke spoke of Anakin Skywalker as if he were a different person from Vader, someone who could still be reached beneath the darkness and the armor. He claimed he could feel the conflict within his father, could sense that the light side hadn't been completely extinguished. Vader's response came from the vocabulator, stripped of human emotion by electronic processing. "It is too late for me, son." The words were resignation, acceptance of who and what he had become. Vader genuinely believed redemption was impossible, that the person Anakin had been was truly dead, that too many terrible acts stood between him and any possibility of forgiveness. He had lived with this belief for over 2 decades, using it to justify continuing on the dark path, since returning to the light was impossible anyway. Luke's insistence that he could be saved threatened that entire framework, suggesting that Vader's self-justifications were lies he had been telling himself. Luke told Vader he couldn't kill his own son, predicting that this would be the moment when Anakin returned. But Vader responded with cold certainty that the Emperor would turn Luke to the dark side as he had turned his father, that resistance was futile, that Luke would learn the power of darkness just as Anakin had learned it. The exchange revealed how completely Vader had internalized his master's teachings, how thoroughly he believed in the dark side's inevitability. He couldn't imagine Luke succeeding where he had failed, because he had convinced himself that his failure was inevitable, that no one could resist the seduction of power when properly motivated. The throne room of the second Death Star was designed to intimidate and to demonstrate absolute power. It occupied the highest point of the station, with massive viewports looking out at the space battle that would soon begin. The Emperor sat on his throne, ancient and seemingly frail but radiating dark side power that any Force-sensitive could feel like pressure against their mind. Imperial guards in red armor stood motionless around the chamber, their weapons ready, but their presence primarily ceremonial, since the Emperor needed no physical protection when he wielded the Force. Palpatine greeted Luke with satisfaction, barely concealed behind false courtesy, welcoming the young Jedi as if receiving an expected guest rather than an enemy who had come to kill him. The Emperor's manipulation of Luke was masterful, demonstrating the skills that had allowed him to orchestrate the Clone Wars and transform a republic into an empire. He drew Luke's attention to the viewport where the rebel fleet was arriving, knowing that watching his friends die would enrage the young Jedi beyond his ability to maintain control. The trap revealed itself as the rebel fleet emerged from hyperspace directly into the Imperial ambush. The shield protecting the Death Star remained operational, despite the rebels' mission to destroy it. The shield generator on Endor's moon defended by far more troops than intelligence had suggested. Star destroyers surrounded the rebel capital ships, weapons ready, and the Death Star's super laser was fully operational despite reports that the station was still under construction. Everything the rebels had believed about the situation was wrong, all their intelligence compromised or deliberately fed to them as part of Palpatine's trap. Palpatine watched Luke's face as the young Jedi realized his friends were doomed, observing with satisfaction as anger and fear warred with Luke's Jedi training. The Emperor taunted him, suggesting that Luke could save his friends by striking down the Emperor, claiming that giving in to anger was the only way to prevent the deaths of those he loved. It was the same seduction that had worked on Anakin, the suggestion that dark side power offered solutions, that light side principles couldn't provide, that embracing darkness was justified when protecting others. Luke resisted initially, recognizing the manipulation for what it was, and refusing to give Palpatine what he wanted. But the Emperor was patient, continuing his psychological assault, while the space battle raged outside. He ordered the Death Star to fire on rebel capital ships, demonstrating the station's full operational status, and destroying vessels one by one. Each loss made Luke's resistance harder to maintain, each death adding to the pressure building inside him. Palpatine created an impossible situation. Luke could maintain his principles and watch everyone he loved die, or he could strike in anger and take his first step toward the dark side. Luke finally snapped, drawing his lightsaber and striking at the Emperor with all the rage and fear he had been suppressing. But Vader's blade intercepted the attack, blocking his son's strike and preventing harm to the Master Vader had served for decades. Father and son dueled again, but this time the circumstances differed dramatically from their fight on Cloud City. Then, Vader had been testing Luke, pushing him to grow stronger while secretly hoping to turn him. Now, Vader fought to defend the Emperor, following orders even though doing so might result in Luke's death or successful conversion into Palpatine's new apprentice. The throne room duel showcased how much Luke had grown in the time since their last confrontation. He fought with greater confidence and refined technique, his connection to the Force deeper, and his understanding of combat more sophisticated. More importantly, he fought with control that Anakin had never possessed at his age, refusing to give in to anger even when rage would have made him temporarily stronger. Luke saw through both Vader's attacks and the Emperor's manipulations, recognizing that everyone in this room wanted him to embrace darkness, and that his only path forward required rejecting what they offered. Vader's strategy during the duel involved probing Luke's defenses, both physical and emotional, searching for weaknesses he could exploit. When physical attacks failed to break through Luke's guard, Vader attacked his attachments, threatening his friends and mentioning his sister. The revelation that Luke had a twin sister, that Leia Organa shared his bloodline and his Force sensitivity, came as a surprise to Luke, who hadn't known Padme had given birth to twins. Vader's threat to turn Leia to the dark side if Luke proved resistant was calculated to provoke exactly the response it received. Luke exploded into furious assault, abandoning his controlled defense for aggressive attacks powered by fear and rage. He battered Vader's guard with strikes that exceeded anything he had demonstrated before, tapping into dark side power without fully realizing what he was doing. The anger gave him strength. The fear for Leia drove him to push beyond his limits, and within seconds he had driven Vader back and cornered him. Luke severed Vader's mechanical hand in a strike that mirrored what Vader had done to him on Cloud City, leaving the Dark Lord disarmed and defenseless. Luke stood over his defeated father with lightsaber raised to deliver a killing blow, and in that moment of triumph, he looked down at the mechanical hand lying on the floor. He looked at his own prosthetic hand, the one Vader had severed during their last duel, and understood with crystal clarity what the Emperor had been doing. He was following his father's path, using anger and aggression to win battles, taking steps toward darkness disguised as necessary actions. One more strike, one more surrender to rage, and he would become what Vader had become. Another servant of the dark side wearing different armor. The realization stopped Luke completely. He deactivated his lightsaber, threw it away in a gesture of absolute rejection, and spoke words that would echo through history. Never. I'll never turn to the dark side. You failed, Your Highness. I'm a Jedi, like my father before me. It was declaration of identity, refusal of seduction, and acknowledgement of hope, all in one statement. Luke claimed his identity as a Jedi, rejected everything the Emperor offered, and affirmed his belief that Anakin Skywalker could still be saved. The Emperor's response was immediate and terrible, demonstrating why he was considered one of the most dangerous beings in galactic history. If Luke would not serve, he would die. Palpatine unleashed Force lightning, bolts of blue-white energy that coursed through Luke's body and caused agony beyond description. The electrical torture lifted Luke off his feet, contorted his body in pain, and threatened to kill him through sheer neural overload. The Emperor savored Luke's suffering, relishing the power he wielded and the revenge he took on the young Jedi who had dared to reject him. Luke collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing from the lightning's effects, and he cried out not in hatred, but in appeal to the one person who might save him. He called to his father, begging Anakin to help him, pleading with whatever good remained in Vader to act before it was too late. It was naked vulnerability, complete trust despite everything Vader had done, faith that the man Anakin had been could return even at this final moment. Vader stood immobile, watching his son tortured by the Emperor, watching Luke die slowly and painfully while Palpatine laughed. Everything Vader had learned through decades of service to the dark side told him this was how it must be. The weak must be eliminated so the strong could thrive. Mercy was weakness that the Sith rejected. Luke's death was necessary because he refused to serve, and sentiment about family couldn't override logic about power. These were the principles Vader had lived by for 23 years, the justifications that had sustained him through countless terrible acts. But watching Luke die, hearing his son's pleas for help, something long buried within the armor began to stir. Memories surfaced that Vader had suppressed for decades. He remembered Qui-Gon offering him freedom on Tatooine, remembered that the Jedi had shown him kindness when he had nothing. He remembered Padme's smile before he destroyed everything, remembered her belief in goodness and democracy that he had betrayed. He remembered Obi-Wan's anguished words on Mustafar, "You are my brother, Anakin," spoken by someone who had loved him despite his flaws. He remembered who he had been before the armor, before the hate, before the darkness consumed his life and transformed him into a monster. Anakin Skywalker had dreamed of freeing slaves, of protecting those who couldn't protect themselves, of using his power to help rather than to dominate. Those dreams had been buried under years of dark side conditioning, but they hadn't died completely. They had waited, dormant, for a moment, when they might matter again. The Emperor continued his assault on Luke, increasing the lightning's intensity, preparing to deliver a final burst that would kill the young Jedi completely. Palpatine had won, or so he believed. He had broken Luke's resistance, demonstrated to Vader the price of defiance, and proven his absolute control over both Skywalkers. But in that moment of supreme confidence, the Emperor made a fatal mistake. He underestimated the power of a father's love for his son. Anakin's return, the choice Vader made in that moment, was the most important decision of his life, more significant even than his choice to kill Mace Windu or his march on the Jedi Temple. Everything he had been for over 2 decades argued against acting. The Emperor's Force lightning would destroy his suit's systems if he intervened, shutting down the life support that kept him alive. Attacking Palpatine meant certain death, suicide for the possibility of saving Luke when Luke might die anyway despite the intervention. Logic, survival instinct, and years of Sith conditioning all demanded that he stand aside and let his son die, rather than throw away his own life. But Anakin Skywalker had never been ruled by logic when those he loved were threatened. That quality had been both his greatest strength and his fatal weakness throughout his life. On Mustafar, it had manifested as destructive rage that killed Padme even as he tried to save her, dark side fury that destroyed everything he touched. Here, in the Death Star's throne room, while watching his son tortured to death, it manifested as sacrifice, as willingness to die if it meant Luke would live. Vader turned toward the Emperor, his mechanical body moving slowly, but with purpose that couldn't be mistaken. Palpatine, focused entirely on torturing Luke, didn't sense his apprentice's approach until too late. Vader grabbed the Emperor, lifting him above his head, even as Force lightning coursed through his armor and into his damaged body. The electrical discharge that had been powering the Emperor's attack now flooded Vader's systems, frying circuits that had kept him alive for 23 years and burning what remained of his organic tissue. The pain was absolute, every nerve screaming in agony that exceeded even what he had experienced burning on Mustafar. But Vader didn't let go. He held the Emperor while lightning destroyed his armor systems one by one, feeling his mechanical lungs fail and his heart begin to stop, knowing he was dying but refusing to release his grip. He walked to the edge of the reactor shaft, carrying Palpatine, hearing the Sith Lord's screams of rage and disbelief as he realized his most loyal servant was betraying him at the moment of his greatest triumph. Vader threw Palpatine down the shaft, hurling him into the reactor core far below. The Emperor fell, still screaming, still shooting lightning at the apprentice, who had dared to defy him, until the darkness swallowed him and his screams cut off abruptly. Darth Sidious, who had manipulated galactic events for decades, who had destroyed the Jedi and built an empire, who had corrupted Anakin Skywalker and used him as a weapon for over 20 years, died falling into a reactor shaft, killed by the broken tool he thought he controlled completely. Vader collapsed, his armor smoking and sparking from the lightning damage. His breathing mechanism stuttered and failed, forcing him to rely on his damaged organic lungs that couldn't provide sufficient oxygen. His life support system shut down one by one as their circuits burned out. Luke crawled to his father's side, trying to help him up, insisting they needed to escape before the Death Star exploded. But Vader knew he was dying, understood that the Emperor's lightning had done too much damage for any repair to save him. In his final moments, Vader made one last request, asking Luke to remove his mask so he could see his son with his own eyes, rather than through the helmet's electronic lenses. Luke hesitated, knowing that removing the mask would kill Vader faster, since the helmet sealed the respiratory system that kept him barely alive. But his father insisted, wanting to die as Anakin Skywalker, rather than as Darth Vader, wanting to see Luke directly rather than through mechanical filters. With gentle hands, Luke unsealed the helmet and lifted it away, revealing the scarred, pale face of Anakin Skywalker beneath. The man under the mask looked far older than his 45 years, his face marked by dark side corruption and by suffering that had never truly ended since Mustafar. His eyes, no longer the Sith yellow that had burned in them for decades, but returned to human blue, looked at Luke with an expression that mixed wonder and sorrow. He could see his son clearly for the first time, not filtered through mechanical sensors, but with his own organic vision that had been hidden behind the mask for so long. Luke's face was strong and kind, showing Padme's compassion combined with Anakin's determination. His son had become everything Anakin had dreamed of being before darkness corrupted those dreams, had remained true to principles that Anakin had abandoned in his fear and desperation. Looking at Luke, Anakin felt pride and regret in equal measure. Pride in what his son had accomplished and who Luke had become, despite having a monster for a father. Regret for all the years he had missed, all the chances to be a real father that his choices had destroyed. "You were right," Anakin whispered, his voice no longer amplified by the vocabulator, but soft and human, and fading. You were right about me. Tell your sister. You were right. With those words acknowledging that Luke's faith in him hadn't been misplaced, Anakin Skywalker died. His body went still in Luke's arms. The fear that had driven him to darkness finally released. The anger that had sustained him through decades of suffering finally extinguished. In the end, he died, not as Vader, but as Anakin, redeemed by love for his son, even though that redemption came at the cost of his life. Luke escaped the Death Star before it exploded, carrying his father's body to a shuttle and flying clear of the station as it detonated. The Emperor's death had removed the coordination holding the Imperial fleet together, and without his leadership, the various commanders made decisions based on self-preservation rather than strategic coordination. The rebel fleet, reinforced by the arrival of Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles, after successfully destroying the Death Star's reactor core, drove the Imperials into retreat. The Battle of Endor ended in complete rebel victory, the Empire's military might broken and its political leadership dead. The rebellion celebrated that night on Endor's forest moon, fireworks illuminating the sky and warriors from dozens of species sharing in joy at their victory. For most of them, it was the happiest moment of their lives, the culmination of years of struggle and sacrifice. They had defeated an empire that had seemed invincible, had destroyed the Emperor who had ruled through fear, had proven that courage and hope could triumph over tyranny. But Luke couldn't fully share in the celebration, his thoughts dominated by the weight of his father's body on the funeral pyre he had constructed. That night, alone except for the flames, Luke cremated Anakin's body according to Jedi tradition that honored fallen warriors. The armor burned, the mask melted in the flames, and what remained of Anakin Skywalker was consumed by fire, just as he had been consumed by fire on Mustafar decades earlier. But this time, the fire was not destructive but purifying, releasing Anakin from his prison of metal and pain, freeing him from the darkness that had bound him for over 20 years. When the Force ghosts appeared to Luke during the celebration, 3 figures materialized in the forest: Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, and a third form that Luke initially didn't recognize. The figure was younger than Vader had been when he died, appearing as Anakin had looked before his fall, to darkness, before Mustafar's flames had scarred him physically and spiritually. His redemption at the moment of death had returned him to the Force, allowing him to manifest as a spirit alongside his former masters, who had waited decades for this reunion. The prophecy about the Chosen One had been fulfilled, though not in the way the Jedi Council had imagined when they first encountered young Anakin on Tatooine. The Chosen One was supposed to bring balance to the Force by destroying the Sith and ending their corruption of the cosmic order. Anakin had accomplished this, but only by becoming a Sith himself first, only by falling to darkness before finally returning to light, only through his son's unwavering faith that redemption was possible even for the greatest monster. Legacy and reflection. The legacy of Darth Vader would haunt the galaxy for generations after his death, his name becoming synonymous with tyranny and terror, while also representing the possibility of redemption even from the deepest darkness. His story was complex, defying simple categorization as pure evil or tragic hero, containing elements of both that made him one of the most compelling and controversial figures in galactic history. Imperial propaganda tried to erase the truth about Vader's final moments, claiming he died fighting rebels rather than betraying the Emperor to save his son. But the truth eventually emerged through Luke Skywalker's testimony and through recovered records that documented events in the throne room. The galaxy learned that Darth Vader, the Emperor's most loyal enforcer for over 2 decades, had turned against his master at the end and died saving his son. This revelation created complicated reactions across the galaxy. Some saw it as proof that even the darkest soul could find redemption, that love could overcome hatred, that it was never too late to choose good over evil. Others argued that one moment of heroism couldn't redeem decades of terrible acts, that Vader's death saving Luke didn't balance the scales for thousands of murders and countless atrocities. The debate would continue for generations without clear resolution. Luke spoke openly about his father's redemption, trying to ensure that history remembered not just the monster, but also the man who had chosen love over hate in his final moments. He shared Anakin's story with those who would listen, describing the slave child with dreams of helping others, the conflicted Jedi who fell through fear of loss, and the broken warrior who found his humanity again through his son's faith. Luke wanted people to understand that Vader and Anakin were the same person, that the capacity for both great evil and heroic sacrifice existed in everyone, that choices mattered more than destiny. But Luke also didn't minimize or excuse what his father had done as Vader. He acknowledged the murders, the genocide against the Jedi, the countless lives lost to Vader's actions. He understood that redemption didn't erase crimes, that Anakin's final choice was noble, but couldn't undo decades of serving evil. The most Luke could say with certainty was that his father had been good once, had fallen to darkness, and had returned to light at the end. Whether that constituted true redemption remained a question for philosophers and theologians, rather than warriors. The complete story of Anakin Skywalker is more nuanced than either pure villainy or redemptive sacrifice allows. It's a story about how good intentions can lead to terrible evil, about how fear and attachment can corrupt even the strongest soul, and about how love can be both the source of greatest darkness and ultimate salvation. Anakin's fall to Vader was not inevitable, despite how it might appear in retrospect. At dozens of points in his life, he could have made different choices that would have led to different outcomes. If he had trusted the Jedi Council with his fears about Padme, they might have helped him accept that death was a natural part of life that the Force couldn't be used to prevent. If he had rejected Palpatine's offer and maintained faith in the light side, thousands of Jedi would have survived. If he had refused to lead Operation Nightfall against the Temple, the Order might have endured. Every step down the dark path was a choice, and Anakin made those choices freely, even though they felt inevitable at the time. Yet the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker is also a story about how systems and institutions can fail individuals who need help. The Jedi Order's absolute rules against attachment made it impossible for Anakin to seek help with his fears about losing Padme. Their distrust of him from childhood, their treatment of him as potentially dangerous rather than as a student who needed guidance, created resentment that Palpatine exploited ruthlessly. Their transformation into military commanders during the Clone Wars forced them to compromise principles that might have helped them recognize darkness when it came disguised as friendly concern. The Jedi failed Anakin as much as Anakin failed them. If they had shown him more trust, if they had been less rigid in their interpretation of the code, if they had recognized that his attachments came from love rather than possessiveness, the outcome might have been different. But they were trapped by their own traditions, unable to adapt to a situation that didn't fit their established patterns, and that inflexibility contributed to their destruction. And Vader's redemption at the end, while genuine and heroic, does not erase the terrible things he did during his decades of serving the dark side. He killed children in the Jedi Temple, murdered his former friends and colleagues, helped build an empire that enslaved billions and destroyed entire worlds. The lives lost to Vader's lightsaber, and to his orders numbered in the thousands, or tens of thousands, at minimum. His choice to save Luke was noble, and demonstrated that some spark of humanity had survived beneath the armor, but it doesn't balance the scales of all that death and suffering. The question of whether Vader deserved redemption has been debated extensively by those who study his life and legacy. Some argue that his sacrifice was sufficient, that choosing good at the end matters more than the evil committed before that choice, that the very possibility of redemption gives hope to others who have done wrong and want to change. Others maintain that redemption requires more than one moment of heroism, that it demands making amends and facing justice for crimes committed, that Vader never truly paid for his acts because he died moments after turning back to the light. Both perspectives have merit, and neither fully captures the complexity of what happened in the Death Star throne room. Anakin's choice to save Luke wasn't just one good act that somehow canceled out years of evil. It was the culmination of an internal struggle that had been building throughout his confrontations with his son, a conflict between the darkness he had embraced and the light he had abandoned. Luke's faith in him, his son's absolute certainty that Anakin Skywalker could be saved, created cognitive dissonance that Vader couldn't fully suppress, no matter how hard he tried. That struggle, that slow awakening of conscience that Vader had thought he'd destroyed, was what made his final choice possible. It wasn't sudden transformation, but gradual recognition that the path he had walked for decades was wrong, that the justifications he had used to rationalize his actions were lies, that his son represented everything he should have been if fear hadn't corrupted him. Vader died as Anakin because in that final moment he chose to be the person he had been before Mustafar, rather than the monster he had become afterward. The impact of Vader's life on galactic history cannot be overstated. As Anakin Skywalker, he helped win critical battles during the Clone Wars that shaped how the conflict ended, and how power consolidated afterward. As Darth Vader, he was instrumental in destroying the Jedi Order and establishing the Empire's military dominance, eliminating opposition and crushing resistance across thousands of worlds. His defection at the moment of the Emperor's defeat contributed directly to the rebellion's victory and to the collapse of Imperial central authority. Few individuals in any era have influenced galactic events so profoundly for both good and ill. For Luke Skywalker, the knowledge that Darth Vader was his father remained both burden and gift throughout his life. The burden came from association with such terrible crimes, from knowing that half his genetic legacy came from one of history's greatest villains, from having to explain repeatedly that he didn't excuse or minimize what his father had done. But the gift came from understanding that even the darkest soul could find redemption, that love could overcome hatred, that family bonds could survive even the worst betrayals. These lessons guided Luke throughout his life, informing how he approached rebuilding the Jedi Order and how he taught others about the Force's nature. The armor that had imprisoned Vader for decades was destroyed in the funeral pyre, melted down to slag, and scattered as ashes across Endor's forest. But images of that iconic black helmet would persist in galactic consciousness for generations, becoming a symbol used by various groups for different purposes. Imperial remnants invoked Vader's image, trying to rally support for their cause. Rebels used his likeness as a symbol of what they had fought against and defeated. Historians studied his life as a complex case study in how good people could become instruments of evil, and how redemption remained possible even at the darkest moments. The question of what Anakin Skywalker could have become if he had never fallen to darkness remains one of history's great counterfactuals. With his unprecedented force sensitivity, his mechanical genius, his tactical brilliance, and his natural leadership abilities, Anakin might have become the greatest Jedi Master in the Order's 10,000-year history. He might have trained generations of new Jedi, might have developed new understanding of the Force's mysteries, might have used his gifts to bring lasting peace to the galaxy rather than tyranny. Instead, he became Darth Vader, and the galaxy paid a terrible price for that transformation. The Jedi Order was destroyed, taking with it millennia of accumulated knowledge and tradition that couldn't be easily recovered. The Republic fell, replaced by an empire that crushed freedom across thousands of worlds and brought suffering to billions of beings. Millions died in the wars and purges that followed Palpatine's rise to power. The dark side gained strength, while the light side weakened, creating an imbalance that took decades to begin correcting. But in the end, despite taking the darkest possible path toward that destiny, Anakin did fulfill the prophecy about the Chosen One. He was destined to bring balance to the Force by destroying the Sith and ending their corruption of the cosmic order. By killing Emperor Palpatine and dying himself, Anakin eliminated the Sith, who had dominated galactic affairs for decades. The rule of two, the Sith tradition of master and apprentice that had persisted for 1,000 years, ended with Vader's death. The Force, no longer weighted so heavily toward darkness, could begin finding equilibrium again. Whether the cost of this balance was worth paying remains a question without satisfactory answer. Thousands of Jedi died. The Republic that had endured for millennia fell. An entire generation grew up under tyranny, knowing nothing but imperial rule and oppression. Countless worlds were devastated by wars that might have been prevented. All of this suffering to eventually reach an endpoint where the Sith were destroyed and balance restored. Could there have been another way? A path that achieved the same result without so much death and destruction? Perhaps. But the Force works in mysterious ways, and destiny has never been kind to those it touches. The story of Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader is ultimately a human story, a tale about a man who made terrible choices for understandable reasons, and who paid a terrible price for those choices. It's about how fear can corrupt, transforming love into possessiveness and protection into control. It's about how attachment can become toxic when driven by desperation to prevent loss at any cost. It's about how the desire to save those we love can lead to losing everything if we're willing to sacrifice principles for power. But it's also a story about how love endures even in the darkest heart, how redemption remains possible even at the end, and how choosing good even once can matter more than a lifetime of choosing evil. Anakin Skywalker fell as far as anyone could fall, becoming a monster who terrorized the galaxy for decades. But in his final moments, when given the choice between maintaining his dark path or sacrificing himself to save his son, he chose sacrifice. That choice, made after years of choosing darkness, was enough to redeem him in the Force and to demonstrate that the light side had never completely left him. As you drift toward sleep, consider the lessons of Vader's life and what they teach us about ourselves. Consider how the choices we make ripple outward, affecting others in ways we cannot predict or control. Consider how the desire for power to protect those we love can become a trap that destroys what we sought to preserve. Consider how redemption is always possible, but never easy, and how the hardest choice is often the right one. The tale of Darth Vader, one of the galaxy's greatest villains and its most tragic figure, is complete. From slave child on Tatooine who dreamed of freeing others, to Jedi Knight who served with honor, to Dark Lord of the Sith who terrorized countless worlds, to redeemed father dying in his son's arms, Anakin Skywalker's journey encompassed the full spectrum of human experience. His life demonstrated both the worst that people can become when fear controls them and the best they can achieve when love redeems them. If you've enjoyed this deep exploration into the hidden lore of Darth Vader, this comprehensive examination of Anakin Skywalker's fall and ultimate redemption, I invite you to like this video and subscribe to Sith Lore for more extensive explorations of Star Wars' darkest corners and most compelling characters. The dark side's stories span millennia and involve figures whose names alone inspire both fear and fascination. There are more tales to tell, more secrets to uncover, More lessons to learn from those who walked the path of darkness and from those who found their way back to the light. The Force exists in all of us, the capacity for both great good and terrible evil, and the choices we make determine which side we serve. May you find wisdom in Anakin's tragedy, hope in his redemption, and strength to make the right choices when darkness tempts you with promises of power. Until next time, may the Force be with you, in balance and in peace.